Hello. Today will most likely be the final part, unless this takes an obnoxiously long time. Although... First things first, one last hopeful check here. I know we won't show up, but... I can no longer use Cassandra, can't I? That's fine.
Every one of these madmen we kill is one less who gets to return home. Warms my bitter little heart.
Down you go!
Won't show up at all, will they?
One down!
I can't believe all the things they could have left broken, they left this fucking broken. Oh well. The last hopeful gasp at fucking well finishing that quest. That ain't happening. We ain't getting the malachite for the fucking thing in the other place. Know what's going on with the Deep Road Sigma Gates quest. I opened all 8 of them and I didn't find a 9th gate, so... pretty fucking thorough as well, so... Corypheus dead, Inquisition victorious. Let us celebrate. In a climactic battle beneath a torn sky, the Inquisitor achieved victory over the enemy, the Darkspawn Magister called Corypheus. This triumph cements the Inquisition's power within Theus. The Inquisition, led by its Inquisitor, will direct the world's course in the days to come. I, for one, am eager to see where he will take us. For now, Thetis is safe. Tomorrow, however, is another story. Cryobeliness.
Inquisitor.
Oh, fucking quest. Okay. Can't fix it on this version. Can't install mods on a fucking console now, can I? Tend the Exalted Council. Warning, beginning the Exalted Council will look off all other areas and plot
Is it me,
and
or
jump
is
to
Cassandra more
944
solemn
Dragon.
than usual? Lady Pentagast only contemplates what awaits the next divine.
2 years
You
after
know
the death of
Cassandra
Corypheus.
hates being called Lady Pentagast. I look forward to seeing Divine Victoria's reaction to the ceremony around her inauguration.
There is no going back from this point. Shut the fuck up when I choose something on the table. Do it when I'm looking around, you morons. Ugh. With Corypheus dead and the threat of Fade Rifts and demons waning, both Orlais and Ferelden have begun to raise questions about the future of the Inquisition. Divine Victoria has promised to shield the Inquisition from political matters for as long as possible. Eventually she plans to call the Exalted Council, asked to determine the role and possibly the fate of the Inquisition. An Exalted Council will be held at the Winter Palace outside Halam-Sharal. There. Thanks to Divine Victoria's negotiation with the ambassadors, we are ready to depart at your convenience.
Another parade, another bloody negotiation.
Smiles, everyone. We must be careful how we present ourselves.
Why did Divine Victoria call the Exalted Council? She's kept Orlais from bothering us for the last 2 years.
At increasing political cost, yes. She has done all she can, but the Exalted Council has become necessary. Orlais would control us, and based on their many marriage proposals, they have specific plans for you. Our real concern is Ferelden. They would see us disbanded entirely.
Inquisitor, it has been too long. I hope the years have been kind to you.
How have you been, Mother Giselle?
I spent last summer in Emprise de Lyon, distributing food sent from the Exalted Plains. The Dales are finally recovering.
Corypheus left a great deal of damage for us to repair. I appreciate your efforts.
And I yours, your worship. I should mention that your forces at Suladin Keep were of great help. Please give my compliments to Baron Deschedin. Divine Victoria asked me to greet you on her behalf. She is currently attending to the Ferelden ambassador's concerns.
I haven't seen Divine Victoria as much as I'd wished these past few years.
She has missed you as well, Inquisitor. There are few with whom the Divine can be herself. I suspect the same is true for you. Duke Cyril will wish to greet you on behalf of Orlais. I believe he is currently speaking with the Tevinter ambassador. Many of your friends have returned as well. I hope you have a chance to speak with them before the Exalted Council begins.
The Imperium sent an ambassador?
Yes, your worship. Dorian Pavas has taken the chance to return from Tevinter. It will be good to see him again. I owe him my apology. I allowed my distrust of Tevinter to cloud my judgment. He took a great risk coming to help us, and deserved better treatment.
You're going to apologize? To Dorian?
I have little patience for those who cannot admit they were wrong, Your Worship, myself included. I will have to make my apologies somewhere public. He will want an audience for his reaction.
Who has returned for the Exalted Council?
Your dwarven friend, Master Tetras, for one. I understand he spent much of the last few years in Kirkwall. I believe Sir Blackwall has returned as well, although he now uses the name Tom Ranier. Enjoy time with them while you can, Your Worship. I doubt you will have the chance once the Exalted Council is underway.
Thank you, Mother Giselle.
Your Worship, a final question, if I may. This Exalted Council, Ferelden would have the Inquisition disband. Orlais sees its power as another feather in a chevalier's helmet. What do you wish to do with the Inquisition?
Corypheus is dead. We accomplished what we set out to do. If we're not needed any longer and it can be done peacefully, it may be time for the Inquisition to disband.
Thank you. Maker watch over you, Inquisitor. I will not keep you any longer.
I suppose. It's been quite a day so far, has it not? I've been speaking with representatives from everywhere.
Have they given you trouble?
Not at all. It is quite alarming. It means they are all saving themselves up for later. Would you walk with me? I should like to take some air before the Exalted Council becomes inescapable. The palace has been most accommodating. We are, after all, here at their insistence. But the ministers may... No. No more talk of the council. This meeting was to spend time with you in a more relaxed fashion.
You're tense as a bowstring.
I'm so very dreadful at this. The truth is, there is a small entertainment happening tonight, to which I may be able to find a pair of invitations.
You'd like me to go with you?
Very much so. In all the years you worked with Orlais, you had so little time to enjoy its culture.
Perhaps you're right. These meetings and talks don't allow for much leisure time.
And then back to Skyhold without a moment's pause to take in where we are. With all that's been happening, I promised myself a single evening out. I'd very much like to go with a friend.
And what is this small entertainment?
Something to ease our minds. I would very much like to surprise you with the details.
Why not? Josephine, I put myself in your capable hands.
Splendid! I will arrange things at once. The past years have been so busy. We have earned at least a few moments of rest.
A calm night out sounds...
Oh, bravo! Bravo!
Was the woman in gold playing a king? Who was the man in feathers?
Oh, it's all very simple. The first actor's mask is determined by... well, I will lend you the program guide. But tell me, did you enjoy the performance?
What I really enjoyed was seeing you put your duties aside for a change.
I truly did. Thank you for coming. It's been too long since I just spent an evening doing... nothing.
Here's to nothing. May it happen to us more often in the future.
Oh, look! The encore signal! I do hope you recovered from your night at the opera. Any ear-ringing should go away in a day or two.
Cole and the last few years. Inquisitor, your suggestion regarding the young man Cole was excellent. He displays an uncanny ability to locate missing people. Hostile forces held our agents, and we feared they would be killed if we approached. Cole was able to reach them without being detected. While he has been less useful overall at extracting intelligence, I've learned to trust his instincts about whether a target is trustworthy or malicious. At your request, I have limited his assistance to rescue operations or attacks on clearly hostile forces. Whatever magic lives in the young man's mind, it would be poorly served by the less pleasant necessities of our work. His remarks about my family, while not germane to the mission at hand, are also greatly appreciated. Yours, Carter. Even. Josephine in the last few years. Dear Inquisitor Llewellyn, Commander Cullen has reviewed the soldiers. I have written and received so many letters from the Orlesian court, our birds practically blot out the sun. We are as prepared for the Exalted Council as we will ever be. I know this past year has been full of formal meetings. Goodness knows I have attended many myself, but this one will truly test the alliances and friendships we have worked so hard to build. If I may offer you any advice, Inquisitor, it is this. Keep a ready smile and remember, we have their attention because we are to be reckoned with. Respectfully yours, Ambassador Montelier. Liliana in the last few years. Inquisitor, unfortunately, I must report that my attempt to use nugs in place of messenger birds in the deep roads has not gone well. On the first attempt, the nugs I released would not even go in the right direction, choosing instead to run around in circles and collide with walls while trying to squirm out from under message canisters. After considerable training, the second attempt went slightly better, with only half trying to escape their collars while the others at least tried to go in the right direction. However, none of the nugs arrived at their destination. It will require some of Charter's time in dealing with an Orlesian noblewoman I believe to be intercepting my nugs. From my surveillance, she appears to be dressing them in little frocks that are simply terrible. Nightingale. The first Grand Enchanter. Grand Enchanter Lothrain Hardunin was the first leader of the Circle of Magi when it was founded in 120 Divine. After Hardunin distinguished himself in battle during the Second Blight, Emperor Dracon himself endorsed him for the position. From all accounts, the Grand Enchanter performed admirably, but some speculate Hardunin was a second choice, that Dracon had another mage with connections to Inquisitor Amradian in mind for the job. Amaradan. Tellingly, these debates are based on a half-finished letter to an army captain and the guest list of a party where Amaradan and the Emperor were in attendance. Any proof ever existed, it is likely dust. The idea's merit should be treated as such, for scholarship's sake. They wanted to make the old Inquisitor first Enchanter. Oh, night down. Be under codex, wouldn't it? Uh, 4, 7, 10, 6. Gah. Fucking things in order, would you?
The Prince of Starkhaven wrote to you again.
Of course he did. Just put that one in the pile with letters from the Merchants Guild.
And the captain of the city guard had a very colorful message for me to deliver to you as well.
Inquisitor! Andraste's ass, am I ever glad to see you.
Am I interrupting something important?
Yes.
Which is perfect, because Bran here needed a break. This is Bran Caven. Until recently, he was the Viscount
Provisional Viscount.
of Kirkwall.
And what are you doing now?
I have resumed my post as Seneschal now that Master Tethras has been elected Viscount.
You're the Viscount of Kirkwall now?
Well, it seems the two of you have a great deal to discuss. Why don't I just leave you to it?
So, it turns out, you fund enough reconstruction efforts in a city-state, the nobles give you the worst job they can think of.
That's fantastic. You'll make an excellent Viscount.
I think the nobility figured, after Dumar and Perrin, what's the worst that could happen if we put the dwarf in charge? They voted me in because I got the harbor and businesses up and running again. They want shit fixed, and I can do that. Anyway, I was hoping I'd catch you before the summit got underway. I got you a sort of present. It's official recognition of your title and holdings in Kirkwall. Congratulations. You're a compt now.
You can't actually do that without...
Too late. Already did it. I also drafted an alliance with the new elf-led city council of Wycombe, so Clan Llewellyn has some political muscle to flex now.
That needs to be reviewed by...
You were leaving us to talk, remember?
This is possibly too much, Varric. I don't know what to say.
That's nothing. Practically nothing. Don't mention it. Oh, that reminds me. It's the key to the city.
You can't give that away without approval from the council and a special ceremony.
It's just symbolic anyway.
It controls one of the giant chain nets in the harbor.
Really? That is so much better than I thought.
You can't give me the actual key that closes Kirkwall's harbor. That's absurd.
Finally, someone with sense.
I don't know how this council thing is going to end for the Inquisition. But whatever gets decided, you've got a place lined up in Kirkwall if you want it. Also, control of the harbor, I guess. Anyway, you should meet with the diplomats. And we'll get in a game of Wicked Grace before I go back, though, right?
I wouldn't miss it.
Don't bet any public buildings this time.
And what did they need? All's well, it seems.
Of course.
once.
Oh, Seneschal. Half finished poem. In night gars across the sky, I sigh and fall in evening's lakes. The pools of which deep as your eyes, and eyes of which pierce like lakes, heartaches, cakes. Maker, I hope my lady's patient.
Now are the days of wine and gilded arms. Now are the days when magic is reborn. Seal up the breach, and evil is no more. Once and for all, never rise again. Darkness never.
Fashionably late. I thought you weren't gonna show.
I gave you my word we would talk, and I never break my word.
Easy there. I was just teasing. So tell me everything that happened while I was away. And Geralf strolls up, hands filled with ripe squashes, and says, "Sir, I must report that it was an utter boondoggle." Maybe you had to be there.
It's good to see you fitting in.
It has its warts, that's for sure. But this life feels right. Like it's where I'm supposed to be. Anyway, it's nice to be back. Though I'm not sure what to think of this council. The Wardens will be missing me, but they aren't going to keep me away from a friend who might need my sword arm.
Your aim is atrocious. I'm embarrassed for you.
Think you can do better?
Blackwall in the last few years. Excerpt of a report bearing the seal of the Grey Wardens, found among Inquisition files. Tom Rayner. Participated in Grand Tourney. Former captain of a Legion army. Known for murder, treason. Also known for impersonating a Grey Warden, Warden Constable Blackwall Shevin. Member of Inquisition. Played role in the defeat of Corypheus. Status, recruited. Joining, survived. Assignment, free marches. Vimark Mountains, reporting to Warden Straumera, an ongoing investigation of Vimark Prison.
Inquisitor.
Major notes. Notes carried back and forth by runners, covered in different handwriting. What do you say, gentlemen? 3 days before the Inquisition sees sense and aligns itself with Orlais. Probably this time. Nonsense, Marcel. Roland is here for blood. The day before they either demanded outright or threatened war on us if they don't get it. L. Divine will intercede. She must. Victoria and the Inquisition are too closely connected in everyone's eyes for her not to interfere. A. You have great confidence in the Chantry, Alien. M. 1,000 royals worth of confidence for each of you if the Divine settles the fate of the Inquisition. A. Done. 1,000 for each of you once the Inquisition accedes sovereignty to Orlais and the Council of Heralds. M. You two will beggar me. L. Leonard, are you out? M. Don't be ridiculous. 1,000 royals on the throne's getting their way after all. L. What do you sell? Infinite tier 4 items. Well. There is the interruption. All the stone stuff. Oh, this is really giving me everything, isn't it? Fucking junk everywhere.
Inquisitor, I see you have time for afternoon refreshments.
Did you know that a merchant in the courtyard is selling gemstones the same color as your eyes?
What an odd thing to say. I must see this for myself.
You're useful to have around, Cole.
I still don't understand Orlesians and their masks, but it makes him happy. And I needed the table.
For breadcrumbs?
Birds like breadcrumbs.
Oh, Cole, good day. I didn't see you there.
But I saw you, as lovely as your songs.
I'm pleased for both of you.
The world has ample pain, Inquisitor. The kindness found in Cole is rare indeed.
Her songs bring happiness to those who hear, and I can make her happy in return.
Well then, carry on.
Nicely done, Cole. The Gilded Horns drink menu. The Golden Nug, an effervescent white Sicilian wine with a dash of West Hill brandy and a splash of pomegranate juice, muddled with raspberries and a sprig of royal elfroot. The Hissing Drake, a bold mix of cinnamon-infused whiskey, dark Lillimoran rum, and Hero's Lava Burst, not for the faint of stomach or heart. Benediction, Prophet's Law gin served with a wedge of lime and a thimble of golden scythe. The Emerald Valley, made with a spirit distilled by Chantry Sisters in light from over 70 herbs and flowers, topped by egg white foam dusted with nutmeg. A Night of Shame, our sweetest Antivan port with a dash of chocolate bitters and a twist of orange, served in a flute of chilled Sorrelt glass. The Randy Dowager, rumoured to have been concocted by the editor of Orlay's most scandalous periodical herself, a tall glass of abyssal peach liquid and fresh cream, garnished with a sugared rose petal and served on a silk handkerchief with a scandalous rhyming couplet linked on it by the bartender. Ugh, Sarah. Sarah's past and now things. Lost another book, stopped leaving them places. Below are journal entries by Sarah, also several sketches of Skyhold with impeccable cross-hatching. Moving again, less stuff, more things, people things. Too many vowel somethings, name less stupid, Orlays. Last Jenny checked in, wasn't worried. Drawing of a gloved fist holding an odd symbol, smashing against the face of a chevalier. The symbol is red and smells of strawberries. Smells of strawberry. Blech. Travelling again and again. Been here before. We're everywhere. Back to the Winter Palace. Never good. Like bees. At Varric we're in trouble. Scratched out. Varric won't take a sucker bet in 10 with Cullen. Everyone looks old and tired and fat. Trying to shrunk my Skyhold close. Scratched out. Piss. Don't say the Inquisitor's hand looks bad. It looks very bad. Is Whittle even here? Where do I go where there's no Whittle? Drawing of Sarah and Dagna silhouetted by an explosion. Bees and exploding bees. Charges in the palace. No one will be sleeping. Rainier hugs harder than Blackwall. Still beardy. Josie is best here. Cassandra needs to punch something or she'll explode. Everyone, they never call in everyone. Liliana knows something. Knew it. Inquisition is in trouble.
Inquisitor Herald, glad to be back for whatever it is this lot have shoved up their sleeves. Just right up in there.
That's it? It's been some time.
Well, we don't know what's what, so what's there to go on about? It's Inquisition business, innit? That's all we are. Maybe sort out how they want to mess with us. Then there'll be something to talk about.
Let's just stay up.
Your Worship, I'm glad you're here. Listen, I need you to keep the Chief distracted while we sneak this dragon skull through the room behind him.
I'm looking forward to seeing where this goes.
It's for his birthday.
I'll see what I can do, Krem.
All right, here he comes. Just keep him talking. He loves talking.
Hey, boss. Good to see you.
It's good to see that the Veil has largely healed, now that most of the major rifts are closed. You might think otherwise, but the Veil isn't technically a physical barrier. It's more like a magical vibration that repels the Fade. Do you think news of the Exalted Council could affect the lyrium shipments from Orzammar?
Maybe.
It's fascinating to see the remnants of Syrian culture here. Most of it was deliberately erased during Orlesian unification, under the reign of Mafrath's son Izarath.
Uh-huh.
Did you know that Ferelden has its own names for lords? The country is divided into Ternirs, governed by Terns. Inside those are cities and Arlings, ruled by Arls. And then there's the Banorn. It's a large area of countryside ruled by multiple bands.
Good to know.
I'm sorry, I can't do this.
Sure you can. They must have that thing almost across the room by now, right? Ben Hasrath, remember?
Surprise! Happy birthday, Chief!
Oh, you guys. You got me. Hey, boss.
To make it difficult, amiable. Really? Oh, reason strength. I'll take it. Alright, hands up. Climb up. Can't climb up. I shall remember that bit. Notes on Palace Guests. Collection of servants' notes on the guests attending the Winter Palace. Countess Devori wants a stateroom set aside for 3 to 5 in the afternoon for her daughter's art practice. Most have windows on one side and a balcony. If she proposes a recital, refer her to the Seneschal. Duke Pepperone wants to entertain Ferelden relatives. A barrel of whiskey and 3 wheels of cheese to be delivered to his quarters this evening. Ban Wharton, his bed should be made up with linens, not silks. Sir Litstone complains an old wound in her left leg is making itself felt. Move her to the ground floor. Lady Galetti, a duelist, has requested a sparring partner in a suitable practice ground. Lord Gilderay, to be woken at 8 by a maid on even days. A page boy on odd days, don't ask, with a fresh pitcher of water and 12 sprigs of lavender on a peach-coloured towel, don't ask. Carrying these items in silently without making eye contact with his lordship, placing them on the divan, clapping twice, then leaving without a word. Do not ask. Check these things. Ages. What have you? Amrita vein, Amrita vein, Amrita vein, Amrita. Do 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 do. Yeah, it was. Yeah, wasn't it? Alex, spirit. Ding. Right. Now, if ever I can find that final fucking thing, I can finish that off. Storms of Temptation. This tattered novel bills itself as a sweeping romance on the 8 seas by Danelle Mithril. The cover shows a dark-skinned elf with a long platinum hair hanging by one hand from the mast of his ship, a dagger in his teeth. A woman in an elaborate mask, low-cut dress, and almost as much hair as the elf, gasps up from the base of the mast. The elf is glaring at a tanned and chiseled human pirate, grinning as his vessel pulls alongside the elf ship. The first elven captain in the Antivan Navy, Beelzebul's inaugural assignment was a routine trade mission down to Wickham. Little did he know that the fiery Amastine Curano, a passenger he picked up in the free marches, was heir to an enormous fortune. The fortune Ravani pirate, Prince Alrado Harsian, would do anything to get his hands on. Unable to resist Amarthys's plea for help, Kiel found himself racing to get her back to Valroyo, even as the ferocious Harsian pursued them, and their passions ensued. The 8 seas would never be the same. Gah, I'm sick of stupid names. There's a note scribbled on the inside cover in dainty handwriting. If found, please return to Lady Yvette Montilier. Cullen and the last 3 years. Cullen, word has spread from Denerim about this summit and the Inquisition will attend. The news is half rumours, but with the representatives they say are going, it's clearly serious, and the details are probably not something you can put down in a letter. I will, however, look forward to more glowing descriptions about how much you love Orlesian parties. Branson's here. His son insists I add Elo Cull to this letter. He also insists that it be Elo and not Hello. Your nephew is stubborn. Very familiar. Love, Mia. Cassandra in the last few years. Inquisitor, you don't need me to dictate every word exactly, do you? I may be divine, but that doesn't mean I have any particular skill at letter writing. And I start with a joke. I don't know how to make hours upon hours of meetings with Grand Clerics sound anything less than mind-crushingly tedious. I also don't know how to make a joke about that. Something involving hats, probably? Varric would know. It's very important that I sound reassuring. The Inquisitor has so much to deal with already, and should not have to worry about the state of the Chantry on top of everything else. You can say something about how well the Red Illyrium clean-up efforts have gone, can't you? Perhaps mention the Templars and Mages. No, never mind. The subject has been discussed to death. Or perhaps mention the play about the Inquisitor's heroism that's being performed in Valreo. That would be good to hear about, I'm sure. I'm late for a meeting with some revered mothers from Navarra. Just finish this up with something appropriate. With the grace and benediction of the Maker, Divine Victoria. Varric and the last 3 years. Inquisitor, greetings and salutations from beautiful Kirkwall. The sun is shining, the seabirds are screeching, and almost nothing in Hightown has fallen into a sinkhole and ended up in the sewers in over a month. The Red Lyrium clean-up in the gallows is going better than expected. Nobody misses having Meredith fused to the flagstone. Eerily glaring at everyone, the city guard celebrated finally getting her out of there by holding a completely impromptu parade. Several Lowtown residents composed a song on the spot with lyrics to the effect of "Thank the Maker, the crazed, cursed Templar is gone," which was remarkably catchy, despite, or maybe because of the fact that it was mostly just swearing in tune. Even with all the stellar progress, it looks like I'm stuck here. Channels in the harbour were completely changed by falling debris a few years back, which led to a lot of ships getting wrecked and coming and going, which only made things worse. And then we had rifts open, and weird glowing frayed rocks all over out there. Incidentally, thanks for closing the rifts. Now the only hope for repairing the harbour is to send guys with pickaxes to clear the rocks. Ever try to hire miners who are also divers inquisitors? There aren't many, and even fewer are happy mining glowing shit from the Fade. This is going to take a lot of my coin to fix. Stop by the city sometime. We'll get in a game of Wicked Grace. Please, the Viscount shit is boring me to death. Varric. Vivian in the last few years. Inquisitor, I fear I shall have no opportunity to meet with you prior to the Exalted Council at Hammer Charal. The colleges and fraternities of enchanters are holding yet another round of elections in a few months, and I must be present to organize everything, or the Aquitarians and Luretians will inevitably get drawn into the most passive-aggressive arguments over the number of ballot boxes and the arrangements of voting cards you can possibly imagine. On the last 2 occasions when I could not be spared from my duties at the Imperial Court, the isolationists sealed themselves inside the debating area with ice walls, in protest over some insult from a libertarian senior enchanter from Cumberland. I must of course convey the continuing aberration of the Elysian Court, though I have no doubt dear Duke Cyril has already bored you to death with the Council of Heralds' compliments by now. Cordially, Vivian.
Well met, your worship.
Conduct becoming the Inquisition. To all members of the Inquisition, it has come to my attention that I must remind everyone of the type of behavior expected from us during this exalted council. It is natural to wish to hold our heads high, but remember that we are guests of the Imperial Court. It is upon us to behave with good grace, propriety, and restraint. If you are unsure of how to address someone of gentle birth, my lord or my lady will suffice. If you are fearful that you have overstepped an unknown protocol, speak with your commanders. If they are not available, seek me out. Over-imbibing is strongly discouraged at all times. If you are steered into an argument about the Inquisition's politics, politely excuse yourself as quickly as possible. Please do not engage in these debates. If all else fails, trust sense and common courtesy to guide your actions. Sincerely, Lady Monteliet. Activity in the Winter Palace. Carter's notes are in an encryption she developed with Liliana over the last couple of years. CM's intention seems sincere. Agent in place at party tonight where CM is attending. VP left notes at drop as promised. 17 green livery seen leaving guest wing of palace at all hours. Possible tryst? Madame LV's second cousin is a bard in the employ of Duke WM. Lord WG plans to meet Lady GD tonight. Neither of their spouses know. Lord RW plans to meet Lady SR tonight. Their spouses do know. Lord RW's wife encouraged RW to step out with SR so she could have some peace and quiet to herself. Iron Bull in the last 3 years. Thank you for sending the Chargers to assist in dealing with the demon attacks attacking Montferrat. Their assistance was most appreciated, and many lives were saved. The Iron Bull and his Chargers have prevented another civil war from sweeping across Orlais with their efforts in Perrendale. The Iron Bull in particular defeated the would-be usurper in combat. We must protest the actions of the Bull's Chargers in the South Reach. While the presence of demons and Templars corrupted by Red Lyrium is undisputed, the necessity of your dwarven miner collapsing the better part of a mountain on the enemy forces was hardly necessary. The Bull's Chargers were of great assistance in driving back the demons that attacked the shores of Lake Calenad. The elf who calls herself Danish was particularly helpful, and I look forward to a promised explanation of how Danish archery techniques can create walls of ice or dispel magical barriers. I do have a storage chest as well. Really? Oh! I have infinite money. Dorian in the last few years. Inquisitor, it was good to hear from you, my friend. For months I've had only the society of Malveris' fledgling Lucian party, junior members of the Magisterium so filled with fire and zeal and so wildly inept at politics. May keeps a bucket of ice water on hand in case one accidentally immolates himself. At least I give you the wrong impression. We are making progress. It will take a great deal of skill to keep the Lucian alive. The usual schedule of Minrathos scheming long enough to become a real political faction. Fortunately, they do have me. I'm sorry to hear that politics are plaguing you as well. Must be something going around, like a pestilence or a Legion fashion trend. Hopefully Josephine can diffuse the Ferelden outcry and persuade the Orlesians to stop circling you with a collar and leash. You know she did always love a challenge. I'll find an excuse to make a trip south soon. We should really catch up in person. Don't you agree, Dorian? Pinging to that. Okay. Question. Do I have everyone? Yes. In that case... Dragon bone it. Ooh. Against bonuses against everything. That's Give you that. Ding. Right. Ding, defecting Battlemaster coat. Where is Bull? Doesn't have a helmet because he can't use a helmet. Got a couple of giant fucking horns on his head. What weapon is he? Sword. Not the no, that one's Colossus, this one. Weapons, two-handed. Only. That's funny. Alright. End of the hour. Right, he can have a half and a pommel. should be funny. Weapon. Much of a surprise, but we're going to be using Iron Ball. Well, I say using, we're going to have him in the party. A reminder, while the gazebo is available for festive occasions, deposits are non-refundable in case of flood, fire, or imperial wind. Book accordingly.
You there! You're to dodge, not catch. If that ball were a fireball, you'd be dead.
You found a dog?
They don't breed Mabari in Olay. The merchant said he was abandoned. Perhaps his owner's tired of the novelty.
Tire of you? With that positive attitude and fetching ability?
He's not supposed to fetch it.
I don't think you understand how this works.
Another Ferelden trapped at the Winter Palace. I couldn't leave him to that fate. Besides, I think he likes me.
You could take him to Ferelden sometime. He should know where he came from.
I did promise my sister a visit. She might try to spoil you. Remember who you report to. The Inquisition will change after this. I'm not yet sure what that will mean. Whatever happens, our people, you, Liliana, Josephine, will have my support in whatever form you require.
I can't imagine the Inquisition without you.
I am honored, and likewise, Inquisitor. You can help. Dodge this, and I'll find overpriced Orlesian dog treats before we go. Be careful, Inquisitor. We have a ways to go yet.
No. There's some more dog treat. Can throw them in there.
Those Fereldans, always afraid
That was good.
Darling, you made it. Excellent. I scheduled this appointment ages ago, and they do appreciate punctuality.
Appointment?
With the Imperial Garden Spa, of course. You work so hard, my dear. I wanted to treat you.
I've never heard of a fancy spa serving elves.
You are the Inquisitor, darling. Savior of the Empire. They won't turn you away.
What are the cheese wheels for?
It pains me that you even have to ask. You've clearly been living too long in barely civilized conditions.
Did you hear something?
Relax, darling. It's spa day. How have you been? It seems ages since we've spoken. Is everything all right between you and our divine Victoria?
Things are excellent. Thank you for asking.
It's such a comfort to hear that at least one facet of your life hasn't fallen apart due to incompetence.
You must be keeping very busy.
The Circle needs more supervision than a toddler. It may master using the Privy on its own any day now. Don't you feel better, my dear? This place really does work miracles.
What happened?
Darling, it's spa day. Don't fret. You'll undo all the good they've done. Come along, Inquisitor. They have other appointments, you know.
Will you walk with me? The first time I came to the Winter Palace, I was only 18. I was dazzled. Such rich hangings, splendid marble columns, more golden lions than I could count. It's all still here, still bright, but I no longer see that same palace.
And that makes you sad?
It is easier on the heart to just see gilding. Now all I can see are the knives in the shadows, the poison in jeweled goblets. They seek to tear the Inquisition down. You feel it, no? Fear.
Have we not made enough allies?
If friends were easily made and kept, we wouldn't need diplomacy. Our allies can be cordial to our faces and still dread the future. They are afraid of nothing so much as the hand that directs it all.
Mine.
Already your actions have begun to reshape Thedas. Your influence is felt everywhere. It was only a matter of time before they moved. I'm surprised it took this long. When the time comes, consider giving them what they want.
I've thought about it. Ending the Inquisition wouldn't be so bad.
You misunderstand. They cannot act against what they cannot see. Publicly, I will of course retire from this life, as one would expect. Let them think they've finally won. I shall take up charity work, become a patron of the arts, as all respectable women of my age do. And perhaps take on a protégé. Our work never ends, Inquisitor. We just need fewer witnesses.
Such changeable weather this season.
Servant.
Inquisitor?
Good boy.
Changeable weather this season.
Dedication. This fountain was erected in commemoration of the end of the Civil War and the slaying of Corypheus by the Blessed Herald of Andraste, Inquisitor Mahanon the Velen, in the 42nd year of the Dragon Age. Let the song of its water be as laughter, let the cool of its stone be as memories gone. Dedicated by Her Imperial Majesty Empress Celine in memory of those who fell to protect and preserve the Orlesian Empire. Scandalous gossip. This unsigned note is creased as if it had been secreted away in someone's pocket. Dearest Jay, I agree it is surprising that the Ferelden's come as equals, but the Exalted Council is in the hearts of southern Orlais. That cannot be lost on its neighbour, on our neighbour, bleh. Empress Celine has stayed in Valmoyo to appease a delegation of Navarans. Also her messengers say, it is obvious the Empress stays away to dodge the demands that she bring the Inquisition to heel. One would almost think that Celine believes they will find a way out of their bind. So strangely naive at her age. Dispatch from the Crown of Ferelden. To our honoured friend Arl Tegan. Thank you for attending this exalted council. We trust you implicitly with Ferelden's wishes, and to fight for the security of our borders. Messengers will be dispatched daily so that you are not cut off from us as you undertake this duty. May God be kind with you. May God be with you, King Alistair and Queen Honora of Ferelden. Postscript has been scrawled faintly at the bottom of the page. Good luck, Uncle. If there's anyone I'd rather have there than me, it's you. Or anyone else, really. But thanks for braving the lion.
Divine Victoria, am I interrupting?
Not at all. The Earl of Redcliffe was telling me of events in Denerim. He represents Ferelden at the summit.
Inquisitor, good to meet you.
How are things in Redcliffe, my lord?
Blessedly quiet. The mayor conveys his greetings. Redcliffe remembers its savior.
I'll try not to keep you from more important matters.
Very well. We'll continue this later, your perfection.
I am supposed to be impartial while speaking for the Chantry, but I confess that neutrality is beyond me. I do not think I am capable of setting my feelings for you aside.
When world powers want to discuss plans for the future, I get nervous.
I share your concern. The Inquisition is still needed. Some delegates do not yet understand that. I must attend to other matters. If you need me, I am ready to assist. Unconditionally.
I'm glad you finally arrived, Inquisitor. The Crown's anxious for news.
And your thoughts on Ferelden's position?
The breach is long gone, yet Skyhold's army remains. Ferelden can't continue to ignore soldiers on its borders.
I appreciate knowing where Ferelden stands.
You are owed that, Inquisitor, especially here. These Orlesians will talk circles around you before you get a simple greeting out. I won't keep you longer. We'll have words enough when the Exalted Council begins.
Orlais is on your side, Lord Parvis. The Inquisition's support is not a thing to lose lightly.
Which is why the Orlesian court is circling it with a net and collar? But you'll have to excuse me. I see an old friend I must greet. Inquisitor, how long has it been? Don't actually tell me. I despise feeling old. It's good to see you, my friend.
You arrived ahead of me. I hope all's well.
It's everything I expected. We've been spared the burden of surprise. Orlais wants the Inquisition tamed, Ferelden wants it gone, the Chantry meddles, and Tevinter sends but one ambassador. That's me, by the way. A reward for my interest in the South. Thankfully, Ambassador Pavis is a token appointment. Call on me as you like.
Inquisitor, Duke Cyril Montfort, member of the Council of Heralds and Lord of Chateau Haine. I have long followed your work. It is extraordinary.
Is that sentiment shared by the rest of the court?
Of course. Orlais wishes only to offer respectful guidance to the Inquisition.
Does your grace feel the Inquisition should continue to rule itself?
I would rather see the Inquisition join us freely than be carved into pieces for the chessboard. I have not forgotten Justinian's death. I had friends who perished at the Temple of Sacred Ashes. More than the good you have done, it is a good we may do together I don't wish to lose. Whatever happens, Inquisitor, I wish you well.
Oh, yes.
as the most eloquent dwarf you know, Sparkles...
Speech! Speech! Way too much speech.
Varric, there's really no need.
What's going on?
Inquisitor! You're just in time. Sparkles, the Imperium doesn't deserve you, or want you. It may even kill you, but we'll miss you, if it counts. And you didn't know. Okay, folks. Time to take the party elsewhere.
Tama never wanted any. I swear.
Leave him.
It's true. When the Exalted Council has ended, I'm going back to Tevinter. For good, this time.
You know I'll miss you.
Naturally. My father is dead. Assassinated, I believe. I received notice this morning. A perversely cheerful letter congratulating me on assuming his seat in the Magisterium. We only met a few times while I was home. He didn't say anything about keeping me as his heir. This ambassadorship, his doing, I'm told. He must have wanted me away when the trouble began. I have to go back.
You'll need help. I could go with you.
Not this time, my friend. I won't be entirely without support. Maevaris has gathered other magisters who feel as we do. We'll be an actual faction in the Magisterium. I'll teach them manners, take them shopping. It'll be fun.
So you'll truly be a magister?
Oh, yes. I can't wait to degrade the Magisterium with my presence. A new outfit is required.
And then what?
I find my father's killers and kill them back. Then I find those giving Tevinter a bad name and kill them. They're most likely the same people, so that should make the job easier.
I know it was complicated, but I'm sorry about your father.
Thank you. It still doesn't feel real.
I wish you safe travels and the best of luck.
Oh, I'll need it, thank you. Magisters are tricksy bastards. A present. A going-away present. It's a sending crystal. Amazing what friendship with the Inquisition gives you access to. If I get in over my head, or you're overwhelmed with sorrow for lack of my velvety voice... magic. What? You didn't think I would just leave and you'd never hear from me again, did you? You are my dearest friend. Perhaps my only friend. That will never change, no matter where we are. Now let's finish the good wine before the others get back.
Don't worry, Dorian.
Quite the party, wasn't it? I hear it left the Orlesians and Fereldans completely aghast. Andraste's herald, the Inquisitor, toasting a Tevinter Magister. Not a bad scandal to leave on.
Thank you.
A pleasure.
What are they up to?
Such changeable weather this season. It's true.
Cool.
Oh,
Is everything all right?
yes. Well, I wanted to speak with you, and now you're here.
This seems serious.
It's not about me. It's about you. Maybe you should sit.
I can stand.
Maybe I should sit. Many things have been keeping us apart. You with your duties, I with mine. But to take such a drastic step, despite all the consequences or how it would appear, I have to know this is not simply a way for you to mend what you believe broken.
I really can't imagine what you mean.
I'm talking about marriage.
Marriage?
Yes, marriage. You are here to propose, are you not? You're not here to propose. I am going to kill Varric. Why do I believe everything he says? Why?
He said I was going to propose?
He mentioned a proposal. I suppose I filled in the blanks. Or he did this on purpose. That dwarf gets entirely too much joy from my discomfort.
Now that you've brought it up, maybe we should get married.
I love you. I will always love you. But I am divine, and we know it can never be. What comes next will not be easy for either of us, but you do not have to fight for me. I am not going anywhere, not even if the Maker himself tries to stop me. Believe that. That is all I meant to say.
Okay. Time to make the shit hit the fan.
Fine by me.
Thank you, Your Holiness. Now, Artigan, as to your concerns...
The Inquisition established an armed presence in Ferelden territory. You outright seized Caer Bronach in Crestwood.
Our goal was to keep more Ferelden citizens from dying, not to seize power.
Your help was appreciated 2 years ago, Inquisitor. Now order has been restored, yet you remain. Invading under pretext of restoring order is exactly what the Grey Wardens did to us centuries ago, and we exiled them. Now the Inquisition is doing the same thing with Grey Wardens in their ranks.
Your concern is ill-founded. The Grey Wardens have proven their worth time and again.
Of course Orlais tolerates this interference. The Inquisition is the only reason Selene still has the throne.
Rest assured, Tegan, the Empire of Orlais will not stand idle if the Inquisition oversteps its bounds. Unlike Ferelden, however, Orlais understands that these were the well-intentioned mistakes of a young organization.
An organization in need of a guiding hand. Yours, no doubt.
Pardon me, Inquisitor. Sister Leliana asked to speak with you in private.
My apologies. An urgent matter has come to my attention. Ambassador Montillier, can you handle this for a short while?
Of course, Inquisitor.
This is highly irregular.
Are we not even worth the Inquisitor's time?
Inquisitor, I thought you would want to see this. Canary warrior in full armor. How did he get into the Winter Palace?
So what would the left hand of the Divine see when she looked at this?
This is a warrior, not a spy. Part of the Antam, the Canary military. Most of his wounds come from a fight against someone using magic, but at least a few are from a blade. He was badly hurt, separated from his allies, and made it here before he died. But how?
Would the Iron Bull know anything about this?
I asked, and he is as surprised as we are. Since becoming Talvashoth, he has had no contact with his people. He seems frustrated at not knowing more.
We need to find out what's going on. Can Josephine manage the diplomats while I look around?
She will be fine. It's all speeches and posturing for the first few days anyway. I will ask Divine Victoria to call a recess for now. I will also have our friends ready themselves for battle if need be.
You think that's likely?
I think the Exalted Council may be more exciting than we expected.
Please move along. There is nothing to see here.
Looks like he came down over the railing.
Dang it. Jump. Dang it! Ah. Making this jump sucks. Fucking. That was no good. Fucking pain in the ass placement of things. You shouldn't put shit in stupid fucking places. Easier. Woohoo. Hey, finally.
An active Illuvian? If I'm going through it, I'm not going alone.
Actively goes on. Whatever. You not unequip my armor, please. Ever so fucking helpful.
This is the crossroads. Morgan brought me here while showing me the Illuvians. I'd forgotten all the colors.
Everything looks grey and murky to me.
I wonder if it somehow looks different to elves. The blood trail leads to this mirror.
Right. Let's see where this guy came from.
Elven ruins. I'm not sure we're even in Orlais anymore. Another Canary, dressed like the one in the Winter Palace.
He's Karashok, a foot soldier. Must have been in the same squad. Oh, this is gonna be fun. The old team together again will kick some...
Okay.
Scorch marks everywhere. This is the work of a mage.
A powerful one. I can still feel the heat crackling.
We need to find out why these Canary were here, and who did this to them. over there. Kunari. If we want to know why they're here, we've got to get across to that island.
Broken statue sits atop a pedestal.
The elves found a spirit here. It feels old. Very old.
What does it want? I'll try Elven. Andaran Atishan Setheran.
Oh, for fuck's sake, let me fucking move! Still.
I think that spirit considered us intruders. It must have been set to guard something.
Wolf's welcome. A wash of powerful magic carries an impression of welcome. Images flash by, elven slaves fleeing to this place in ancient times, greeted by others who then tend their wounds. Words are not so much heard as felt. Ben Harel bids you welcome. Rest, knowing the Dread Wolf guards you and his people guard this valley. In this place you are free. In trusting us, you will never be bound again.
That was like veil fire. It claimed this was a refuge for elven slaves. This whole valley was a sanctuary, created by the Dread Wolf Fen'Harel. This doesn't make sense. In Dalish legends, Fen'Harel is our god of misfortune.
You.
That alluvion only took us a short distance. That's the same lake we saw from the other tower.
Good for moving around a city, visiting friends, deploying guards.
Pinging.
Cuts all over the back. He was killed by surprise.
This can't have happened too long ago. The blood's not even dry.
Here we go again. What a change of pace from the Winter Palace. A clear sky, a beautiful view, and yes, fields and fields of stripweed as far as the eye can see.
Stripweed.
Terrible stuff. Looks like grass, stings like a knife, and causes sores if you so much as brush against it. So, of course, everyone in Menrathus insists it makes a very decent tea.
The promise of Fen Harel. A wash of powerful magic carries a pang of hope. Images flash by, a man in wolfskin standing with a group of freed slaves, clasping one's arm in friendship. Words are not so much heard as felt. Fen Harel has been falsely named a god, but is as mortal as any of you. Takes no divine mantle, and asks that none be bestowed upon him. He needs only those who would help willingly. Let none be beholden but by choice.
This is Fen Harel helping former slaves as a mortal, not a god.
He took great pains to renounce his supposed divinity.
Fen Harel sounds like quite the rebel. The old elven gods must have simply loved that.
Lies of the Everanus. Whatever. Everanus, whatever. A wash of powerful magic carries a sensation of bitter fury. Images flash by, elven mages enslaving tens of thousands, making arrogant proclamations of godhood. Words are not so much heard as felt. The gods are Evernuris, claim divinity. Yet they are not but mortals powerful in magic who can die as you can. In this place we teach those who join us to unravel their lies.
This claims the elven gods were just Evanuris, powerful but completely mortal mages.
Was this the start of an uprising? Freed elven slaves against their former masters?
If that's true, Fen Harel was teaching these freed slaves the truth about them.
Are you hurt?
The anchor flared up. It's fine now. This looks like it fits into that pedestal by the broken bridge.
Ugh.
Right. Adventure. All part of the package.
It's fine. And it does nothing.
Canary.
The Inquisition doesn't leave alive.
Let's look around the outside first. I really should just go for it. Got the fuck up!
Why did those Canari attack the Inquisition on sight?
No idea. They weren't Talvashoth, though. This might be a rogue group, but they think they're following the Qun.
Inscription. The Dreadwolf keeps its gaze on the one light that illuminates the way forward.
That's Fenharel, removing a Dalish elf's Valasleen.
But these ruins are older than the Dalish.
Maybe the markings used to have a different meaning.
Lifting of the Valasil. Wash of powerful magic carries a sensation of determination. Images flash by, former slaves in ranks, with Fenarel armed and strong. Their skin is clear, their face tattoos, the elven Valasan are gone. Words are not so much heard as felt. The brand of the Evanuris can be lifted from you, that all may know you oppose their cruelties. None here are slaves, all are under our protection. All may choose to fight.
Hidden weapons. These freed slaves actually fought back against the Evanuris, posing as gods.
Interesting word, Evanuris. If all it means is mage leader, well, they were basically magisters.
Explains why the Kunari came here before we go.
Note regarding the wolf statue. Remember, if you wish to move the statue like the second scone from the left as you face the wolf's head, use the blue-green flame in the brazier. It is magic, and it will not harm you. Remember your duty to the queen. When you light the scone, a box clutched in the statue's paws will open. There is an item inside. Do not touch it. It is old and elven. We will have a Sarabas examine it for magic when time comes. Plan of attack. This letter is written in both Quinlat and the Common Tongue. I've read your reports. Station your people in the abandoned elven towers by the lake. It is a short distance from its entrance to the mirror that connects to Ham Sharal. Alam Sharal, even. We will need the space to lodge our people after infiltration is complete. There is a map of the crossroads at the bottom, with an arrow from the elven ruins alluvian, the alluvian that leads to the Winter Palace.
This letter says the Kunari came to these ruins because the alluvians connect to Halam Shiral.
A staging ground for an invasion?
It was some sort of infiltration. There's no more details.
This is crazy. They're acting like we're at war.
Are they?
I don't know, boss. I wish I did.
An unknown agent. This gore-splattered letter was written in both Quinlet and the Common Tongue. 2 hours ago, an unknown intruder penetrated our defenses, masked and cloaked, a mage. He used magic to awaken spirits and turn them against us. The intruder moved as if they knew this place. Led after spirits awoke, dozens dead. Spirits keep attacking. Engagement not recap. The rest of the letter is illegible. The blood is still wet.
A note about an unknown intruder coming through an alluvion. They turned spirits against us, then fled.
It must be a mage. They killed any Qunari in the way and let the spirits do the rest.
2 parties, then. The Qunari and a mystery agent determined to stop them. Come on. We have to warn people about the Qunari's designs on the Winter Palace.
Wait, wasn't there a... Okay, can't go that way even if I want to.
One dead Qunari was bad enough. Now we have more, and they're hostile.
This makes no sense. The Qunari may not be friendly to the Inquisition, but they have no reason to attack us.
They also have no reason to be here, or using illuvians at all.
I've had the mirror placed under guard for now.
It appears the relative peace and quiet of the last 2 years is coming to an end.
First the Blight, then Mages and Templars, then Corypheus, and now this. Can't we go 10 years without the world falling to pieces?
We must ensure that the Qunari do not disrupt the negotiations. The Exalted Council is in a very delicate state.
I'm certain you can soothe the nobles' ruffled feathers while we solve the real problem.
Not when the Inquisitor insults everyone present by walking out in the middle of the talks. Our only advantage is that Orlais and Ferelden are divided in goal and grievance. If they unite against us, Divine Victoria will have no choice but to support their claims. We could lose everything.
Could we use the Qunari threat to remind everyone how valuable the Inquisition still is?
Not until we know more. It will be fine. I will attend to the Exalted Council.
And while Josie does that, we will investigate.
I'll head back to the crossroads. We need to find out what the Qunari are doing, and why they attacked.
And I'll have a quiet word with our honor guard.
I don't wanna. Oh, that did not look good at all.
That path wasn't there before.
Faded letter. This unsent letter is dated 941 Dragon, a month before the opening of the breach. Marcel, forgive the absence of my letters. The Dalish raids were ominous enough. But now Gaspard's chevaliers ride through my estates without so much as a by your leave. What a time to rattle their swords. The shipment came the other day with things that will not travel well. A Renavar miniature of Andraste. Tri-site lattice of thinnest oak from Tevinter. Most wondrous of all, the pre-chantry full-length elven mirror. Mirror was discovered after an earthquake near Valdorma. Brought to light an unplanned elven ruin. I purchased the entire lot. There were some other minor artifacts and trinkets. The mirror has quickly become my favorite. Burke insists we leave soon. I suppose she is right. I cannot bear to leave it behind. I will send for the mirror when I am safely in Valroyo. Then throw a party where you can marvel at it yourself. Warmest regards, Yorn. Moonlight on the Feast of Shadows. The front cover of the novel is a group of armed men and a woman fighting a horde of imaginary monsters, while a winged horse with the horn flies in the background against an enormous rainbow. There's text on the backs. In the far future, a desperate group of men and women from all corners of the land band together to fight an unstoppable evil. As these bold adventurers go from traveling companions to friends, will their secrets and desires tear them apart? Clued Lunley, an ancient elf brought out of his time. This brawny warrior scholar seeks only to return to her liege in the distant past. The voices calling her forward aren't what they seem. Wren, the mysterious thief, used to sing in the taverns, while deftly lifting items from the wealthy. Many have fallen in love with the diminutive Heartbreaker, but Wren has a dangerous pact with a sinister figure in the shadows. Lancaster Marlowe, a gifted but eccentric mage travelling the wider world for the first time. Marlowe's ambition for power is matched only by an uncanny ability to thrust his new acquaintances into danger. Alina Brightstone, a knight of low birth under a mysterious curse. The idealistic Brightstone seeks to bring honour to her family name while divesting herself of glamorous death magic that may doom everything she holds dear. Tilka, an orphan of great resolve. Young Tilka seeks to restore the balance of magic in the world. To do that, she must seek guidance from her foster parents, if she can find a way back to the surface of the moon. Not all may survive their journeys, but these are the perils of a land unrecognizable, a time immemorial. Join them in moonlight on the Feast of Shadows at the end of the 13th Age. There is a note slipped into the novel. Enjoy the book, my dear. It's Lord Fleming's most ambitious yet. I'm not sure what a moon whale is, and at times there is a scandalous amount of attention paid to young men's backsides, but I doubt that will put you off in the slightest. Book of Butterflies. This book opens to reveal thin slants of wood and glass. Into cushions inside the slats are a confusion of colourful butterflies. Some are small as a copper, others with a wingspan as large as a hand. Engraved on the front are the words, "In celebration of your 20th anniversary, with fondest well wishes, Countess Lutia." Whatever. illustrated periodical. Notable changes. Chevaliers serving Duke Aeneas, well, whatever, will now carry shields with dovetailed dividing lines instead of their previous glory. Lord Fontier of House Agile will join in union with Lady Volciani of House Sirius, a full-faced mask in the monster-marred crimped style containing 2 colours from each noble's line's heraldry may now be worn by first and second cousins of either household. Lady Westmith of Denerim will join in union with Lord Paris of House Venua. A half-faced domino mask, black with white trim, rubies, pearls or opals may now be worn by Lady Winsmart's direct relations.
Watch out!
Notes on methods of enchantment. The writing on these papers makes to be looked at, shimmering slightly as if under an enchantment. The notes are handwritten, but each letter is as perfectly uniform as from a printing press. Notes on the first attempt. Improper valises on the bindings woven into the materials led to a catastrophic unraveling. The first batch is lost, but I will have supplies brought in from the same stock to illuminate whether the imperfection is within the materials or the enchantment. Sneezed at last.
What's that? All right. Let's see where they were going.
Hold your ground.
Close together. Is one down. Notes on methods of enchantment. Notes on the second attempt. Elegance eludes me. Elegance eludes me. The aim is to improve the coordination of the body and sharpen the perception of the heart. But graphs do not live long enough to plumb their worth. The current process is ruined. This batch is lost. Begin again. Phenomenally hard fight.
So that's how the Canari moved the paths.
Mouldy journal. Mold and rotten have eaten most of the pages of these books. The remaining volume is covered in a spiky handwriting with spelling that is either archaic, wildly idiocentric, or both. Saw ye cross from the Volca, that which druggeth souls down to yith larder and the brindark. His beast preyeth on the humblest wits, and God's one, even in the tower's keeper, declares I will rest here, if ye would ease me. The elvan which pulled me grip up from my end, kens he is last of his kind. I made it known elven himself like, but he says yet would not be as yet was, and I said that even trued, and he laughed lark like. Come dark he showed me a mirror deep strange, Rovian shone to beneath in his family for.
Take down the demon!
Oh goody. I mean, it doesn't mean still gonna win. Still. Down. Notes on methods of enchantment. Notes on the third attempt. 2 enchantment, whose matrices should have meshed, caught. The combustion caused such damage it broke several previously forged pieces. There is now a resonance between them, however, light on my thoughts. An enchantment linked in tandem, as the neck turns the head, or the wrist turns the hand.
Those Canari can't have gotten far. Be ready. We need to find out what these Canari were up to. So let's go see, shall we?
Canari writing. This paper is covered in what appears to be mathematical calculations. An extremely precise and detailed sketch of the wall has been heavily annotated with measured angles, dimensions, and several lines of text in Kunlat. Whatever conclusions were drawn about the measurements are lost. The page has been ripped, seemingly by sharp teeth, and much of the remaining paper is hidden by a hardened layer of dried blood and dust from the cave-in.
Looks like there was a bad cave-in. Look at all that. The Canari have a huge operation here.
Yeah, but for what?
This place isn't stable.
Once again, your mark is glowing. Are you all right?
Well, maybe the anchor could make itself useful down here.
It should stay lit up forever and not need to be done every now and then.
Are the Canari to work in these conditions?
Torn Notebook in the Deep Roads, Section 1. Many of these pages are filled with sketches of elven statues matching the ones found in the area, along with notes of what look like attempts to practice Kunat. Evost, you all are. Ebidim, they all are. Ebsam, we all are. If Fenharel truly has agents working against us, then the Dreadwolf must be laughing at me. The Blight takes my clan, so I go to Kirkwall. Kirkwall goes to ruin, so I flee to the Quoon. The Quoon. Now the Kunari bring me down into the lightless depths, and for what? Because the nursery rhymes I remember from childhood make me an expert on ancient elven? These statues are old. Better shape than anything I've seen on the surface. Many of them are from Mythal, though, and Fenharel. Not in a spot of honor, but guarding, tending. Protector and All-Mother, why are you honored here? So far from the light of the sun. Why was the Dreadwolf at your side?
all the places we have been, I hardly expected to find us in another cave. Still, I would take any chance we have to be together. Not Divine and Inquisitor, but us.
Why, Most Holy, I had no idea you... you meant him.
Look, someone up ahead.
Stay back! Oh, wait. Your hand. Are you the Inquisitor?
Odd to find a human down in the deep roads at all, let alone surrounded by Qunari.
We don't have much time. Please, what the Vidasala is doing, you have to stop her.
The Vidasala? That's a high-ranking Bin Hasrath. Specializes in magic. Finding, studying, stopping.
Not anymore. I don't care whether you serve Fenharel or not. Someone has to stop her.
Why do the Qunari think that the Inquisition serves Fenharel?
I don't know. The Vidasala said it, and well... You're Dalish. It made as much sense as anything. We've had agents of Fenharel causing trouble all over the crossroads. Sabotage, making spirits attack us. I assume the Inquisition was their army. That you came here because Fenharel told you to.
Who are you, exactly?
My name is Jeren. Sir Jeren, once. I was a Templar in Kirkwall, until I joined the Qun.
You're Qunari?
Kirkwall was... madness. Chaos. The Qunari were like the eye of a storm. I stand for order and discipline. Protecting the innocent from magic. But this plan... it's as mad as Meredith ever was.
What is it you want me to stop?
This place is a lyrium mining and processing center. The Qunari need it for... Have you ever heard of Sarabas?
Dangerous thing. It's what the Qun calls mages.
Even as a Templar, I'd never seen anything like the power Sarabas can unleash. And now Vidasala is giving them lyrium. A lot of lyrium. It's part of something she calls Dragon's Breath.
That's a load of crap. There's no way the Vidasala would let any Sarabas within 1,000 feet of lyrium.
There's more to it than that, but I couldn't find out what. The Qunari don't like it when you ask too many questions.
Where are we? Why are there elven mirrors in the deep roads?
This place is close to... something like a lyrium spring. The more we mine, the more there seems to be. As for the mirrors, I don't know. Maybe the elves were mining here too.
What are you doing down here?
The Qunari wanted me to teach them everything I knew about lyrium. Where it comes from, everything it can do, how we put it to use. I knew enough from my time in the Order. They figured out more. I'm not sure how. Maybe they got to the Carter.
The Qunari can't be mining their own lyrium. It kills anyone who tries, other than dwarves.
It killed the Qunari at first. But Qunari workers have a discipline only Tranquil can match. And they're quick learners. They figured it out.
That's not seriously the name of the plan, is it? Dragon's Breath?
You know that most Dragon's Breath destroys everything in its path, right? She said it would save the South. That can mean only one thing. An invasion. This mine is the only source of lyrium the Qunari have. They're using Gatlock, the explosive powder in the round casks, to mine, so they don't have to touch raw lyrium. If you get the primers from Central Supply, you can prime the Gatlock and detonate it. The mines will go up in flames.
All right, I'll try to stop them here.
I doubt my blessing counts for much now, but make her watch over you. Deep Stalkers and Cave-ins will cut off reinforcements, but they'll still come when they hear trouble. You've got to find the Vidasala to end this war before it begins.
There's no telling how bad things will get when I destroy the mine. You'd better get moving.
I will. Good luck, Inquisitor.
Let's go. We have a lyrium mine to ruin.
Wait, where was my entrance? Why did I not use healing path?
Yeah, that'll definitely explode. Be careful.
It shouldn't be this dark. The dwarven buildings are lit by molten rock. That doesn't just go out.
Note. This note is written in both Common and Kunat. The letters are shaky. These walls of blue flame were cast by the agent of Fen'Harel as he ran through this place, bringing chaos and destruction. Do not light fires from them. Do not go near them. Fen'Harel's maidservant made them to hamper us. They bring only death.
Keep feeling like I'm gonna bang my horns.
Need to go first.
Wait, I probably shouldn't do that. Now that you're divine Victoria.
Don't stop. I've missed being Cassandra. You know what it's like to be two different people. Are you comfortable fighting Kunari, knowing they are hostile to the Inquisition?
I'm not Kunari anymore. Whatever they're doing, I'm ready to stop. You just focus on keeping your guard up, your worshipfulness.
Lived with the Qunari threat all my life. If it escalates, it won't just be Tabinta fighting them. All this lyrium. If the Qunari want it, they can make a place.
There's all the mining platforms. Now we just need primers.
This cavern is barely holding together.
What a well-oiled operation the Qunari have. I think we should split it.
Anything, huh? I do. fucking talking. Not fucking looking at it. Finally.
So the things we need to make the Gatlock explode are in here? Excellent.
Torn notebook in the Deep Road, Section 2. Many of these pages are filled with sketches of elven statues, matching the ones found in here, along with notes of what looked like attempts to practice kunai. They say the agent of Fenharel caused trouble in the crossroads. I wish I knew. I wish whoever fights in the name of the old wolf was around to fight when the Darkspawn took my clan. Mine is not to question. I have chosen the Qun. The Qun will protect me. Ritost, you will protect. Retadim, they all protect. Rethzab, we all protect. These statues are older than anything I saw in my days with the clan. The area is dwarven though. What were the ancient elves doing down here? Mining? Where were the dwarves? Easier to have them mine it. Not a trading post. You don't go into a friend's home, knock over their gods, and put up your own one. Or, I don't remember any legends about our people fighting the dwarves. Though I remember my keeper telling a story about how the dwarves fear the sun because of Olganan's fire. A metaphor for the elves of Alathan driving the dwarves underground. I know you like metaphors. I should share that.
We're almost there. We've got the primers. Let's go explode some Gatlock.
Communicate in the Deep Roads. Half of this message is written in an unfamiliar alphabet, probably Krunat. The rest is common, and carefully lettered by someone who was clearly struggling with the language. Vidorathi Kith. The Bass disruption of the Asani Thashi Asara must be ended at once. Sheriff decreases with each. This line is crossed out. The Dragon's Breath must be completed. Locate and eliminate Bas Asra. This is also crossed out. Eliminate agents of Fenharel. Time runs out. Drawn notebook in the Deep Road, Section 3. Many of these pages are filled with sketches of elven statues matching the ones found in the area, along with notes and what looks like attempts to practice combat. Trying to remember that old bedtime story about Nathal. My mother sang it the night before the Darkspawn came from my clan, the last time I ever heard a voice. Irsatanau, Mithil las Martenias. Irsanam Emma. Im solus evanoris. Da dugranlin. Benel malas elgarar. Elenaris. And beside each elven line is a corresponding phrase like their translation. I am empty, filled with nothing. Mithil gives you dreams. It fills you within you, making our leaders proud. My little stones, never yours the sun, forever. Aharon said we had lost some of our old words. What if they have changed? Dogen Lin from Dogen Lin, little dwarves, never yours the sun. What did Mithil do here? Nothing's wrong. The lights in the walls are fading. Going to find help. It's not safe without light. There might have been more. It's bloody hard to see without fucking light on the wall, at least.
others about this Dragon's Breath plan?
I doubt the Oxman or that rising floodwater will make it easy for us.
I don't see shit.
We should see where that leads. Josephine were probably at war with the Q. Anyone?
Don't look at me.
They're gonna kill me.
Hello. Yeah. I'm using the same design as I did the first time round as well.
Dragon's breath. The Qunari always enjoy their metaphors.
But what does it mean?
Who knows? Qunari agents moving through Illuvians to attack the south is bad enough already.
I still do not understand why they accused the Inquisition of serving Fen'Harel.
We know that Mythal actually exists. It's possible Fen'Harel is still here in some form too.
What you describe in the ruins certainly implies that the Dread Wolf of Elven legend is a real person.
But how does that implicate us? What made them decide that the Inquisition serves this Fen'Harel?
Hopefully we will learn more after we have stopped them.
Let's see the Exalted Council try to disband the Inquisition after we've saved them from this Dragon's Breath.
We must find out what Dragon's Breath is first. For now, our only lead is the Qunari leader, the Vidisala.
Gentlemen!
My apologies, Lady Josephine. There has been an incident with one of your soldiers.
How dare you? It was bad enough that the Inquisition chose not to inform the Exalted Council of the Qunari Corps.
Orlais would have been happy to help with the matter.
But now your own guards are attacking servants? You have overstepped your bounds.
Thank you for bringing this to my attention, gentlemen. I'll see to this personally.
Thank you, Inquisitor. Ole stands ready to assist the Inquisition, as always.
Secrets and lies. Do you understand why we fear your Inquisition? You act as if you're the solution to every problem. How long before you drag us into another war?
I haven't even dragged you into one war yet.
What's going on here?
The Orlesians tried to take one of our people, Inquisitor. We've secured the area.
This is the Winter Palace. You cannot simply seize control when one of your guards attacks a servant.
The Inquisition is handling this. When some noble commits a crime of fashion, you can take over.
I only asked what he was doing.
And when I refused to bow to the Inquisition's dogs, you attacked me! How would you like us to handle the situation, Inquisitor?
That barrel there. Where did it come from?
I was ordered to bring wine for the guests.
You're lying.
Your Inquisition soldiers are completely out of control.
No, we're in control. Keep talking and you'll find yourself in chains.
Please take the servant into custody.
Right away, Your Worship.
Inquisitor?
Ambassador Montillier will explain later. For now, please hold the servant for questioning.
As you say, Inquisitor, Lord Cyril will hear about this.
Inquisitor, I also found this by the barrel. I can't read the language.
More knowledge.
Did you resolve the problem with the guard?
The guard is the least of our problems. Someone smuggled Gatlock barrels into the Winter Palace.
Smile, Inquisitor. There are many eyes upon us. At least now we know the true extent of the dragon's breath.
How are you still smiling?
Years of training as a bard, Inquisitor. We cannot show weakness now. Enemies could be watching, or we can let them seize idle conversation between two friends.
You think the dragon's breath is these Gatlock barrels?
Of course, a surprise attack, even through the Illuvians, would have met fierce resistance. But if everyone at the Exalted Council died in an explosion, the South would be rudderless, vulnerable to attack. This is what Corypheus should have done after the explosion at the Temple of Sacred Ashes. An attack as swift and unstoppable as the breath of a dragon.
The guard who confronted the servant said she found this note near one of the barrels. It looks like Qunari writing.
Let me see. I picked some up from the Iron Bull, though I'm told my accent is atrocious. These are orders for positioning the Gatlock in the palace. When duty has been performed, report to the Vidisala through the mirror marked by a bookcase.
If we're going to find the Vidisala and stop this dragon's breath, this is our chance.
Good. While you do that, I will have agents locate the Gatlock barrels and remove them safely. I will also send word to my foreign contacts. We must see where else this dragon could strike.
More knowledge.
Oh my.
Now both the guard is an agent of all this, and this servant, the member of the queue. Oh look, new path. crumpled page. This note is written in an unknown language, but the portly figure at the bottom with a ring of keys and an unflattering scowl is likely a jailer who once walked these flagstones. He's been drawn cross-eyed, with a wiggling lines radiating from his backside. Oh, that's so much easier than the other goddamn ones. Notes on methods of enchantment. Notes on the fourth attempt. The weave goes smoothly, bound tightly between many items. The stress on the energy produces finer results than a singular enchantment. Using up the last of the stock was well worth it. As I explained to it as a courtesy before final work began. Adjustments to the underlay were a great success, and will allow the recipe to be made with materials taken from lesser animals if the need arises. Below the letters, possibly in lieu of a signature, is the stamp of a stylized Hallerhead. Taken together, diagrams and ratios, carefully inked at the bottom of the last of these notes, could be turned into a schematic that replicates the creation of these artifacts. I wonder is this... Meh. My arm is so much better. Map of the crossroads. This unsigned note was tucked into a bookshelf in the crossroads, as if left for someone to find. Do not stray from the marked path. There are many mirrors. Some lead to danger. Do not linger longer than you must. At the bottom is a crude map of floating islands, some of which seem impossible to reach.
An alluvion marked by a bookshelf. This should be it.
Books in the Crossroads. A book from the Crossroads. Its pages are filled with numbers and letters, splattered around the page in random order. Like writing in a dream, every other book on its shelf is filled with the same nonsense script. On certain nights the letters appear to shift slightly out of the corner of the eye.
Good. Time to get some answers from the Vidasala.
Communal Journal. This slim journal was tucked into a bookshelf in the Crossroads, as if left for someone to find. Each entry is in a different hand. I've dropped rocks off a dozen ledges. I've not heard one hit bottom. This place has no bottom. Do not be here if you have no task here. An entry in Kulat follows. Emmett missed the rendezvous. He said he was scouting the lower ledges on orders. Another entry in Kulat follows. Understood. No one's to go near that mirror. Virdaratha, Signs of Victory. The pages of this book, Memory, describe a monument made in a single afternoon by 1,000 toiling servants, swarming over a lump of fallen stone as large as a collapsed mountain. By the end of the day, the stern figure of Elganan stares down into a valley, carved out from the foothills of the rock. Slaves have disappeared. Light radiates from the Eidolon's narrowed eyes and its open, snarling mouth. Hail Elganan, first among the gods. Mark his victory eternal.
Is this some sort of old elven library?
It definitely saw a massive magical backlash some time ago.
Let's hope we can track down the Vidisala in all this.
Virdaratha, Exile of the Forbidden Ones. The pages of this book, Memory, show the blazing forms of the Evanuris, banishing a howling spirit from the reaches of the Fade that touch their lands. A voice rings out, stern and imperial, for abandoning the people in their time of greatest need, for casting aside form to flee to where the earth could not reach. We declare Zembenek and others of their ilk exiled from the lands of the Evanuris. Beware, their familiarity with shape allows them to travel these paths unaided. They may be bound, but only the protection of your gods will fully shield you from their malice. They are forbidden from the earth that is our right. Virdathara, Homecoming. The pages of this book, Memory, describe an elf approaching a city of glass spires, so deeply blue they ache. The city's outskirts are wrapped in lakes of mist, and figures stroll along the pearly, glowing strips as if they walked on solid ground. Groves of trees woven into enormous parks shelter elves in quiet hollows, while other elves walk below a river, churning along an invisible shoal in the air. The scene hums with quiet talk and contentment as the Memory's maker reaches the city's gates, already thrown open wide. The very private diary of Sandal Fedek. Do not read. 2 Kingsway 941. Enchantment? Enchantment! 19 Harvestmare 941. Enchantment, enchantment! 11 Firstfall 941. Enchantment, enchantment! 15 Herring 941. Enchantment! Enchantment! 7 Wintermarch 942. Enchantment. 30 Wintermarch 942. Enchantment! Enchantment. 5th Guardian 942. Enchantment! Enchantment! 21 Draconis 942. Enchantment. 16 Cloudreach 942. Enchantment! 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 Sandal killed him. And there's a shop.
Andaran Atishan, Nethadra Elven.
More ancient elven.
If you wish, honored Elven, I will speak so your guests understand. I am study. I am a learning thirst. Come, know what has not been lost. New words, new stories. The Kunari would not approach, but we learned their words as well. If you wish to exchange knowledge, they congregate by the lower gate.
What did the old elves use this place for?
This is the Virte Thara, the living knowledge of the Empire. The libraries of every city, the wisdom of every court. A connecting place whose paths are in disarray.
What put this place into disarray?
The Virte Thara was made with world and fade. When they sundered, so did we. Paths broke, knowledge fragmented, many were trapped. I preserve their last words.
What were these old elves' last words?
What happened? Where are the paths? Where are the paths? God save me. The floor is gone. Do not let me fall. Do not let me... on this spot, that is all.
Thanks. Really paints a picture.
I'm looking for a Qunari called Vidisala. Do you know what she wants here?
Vitisala, yes. She uses scholars and mages for study. They fear this place, but they seek to know the Veil.
What does Vidisala want to know about the Veil?
I regret I do not have more information. I am sundered from myself. If you discover another one of me nearer the Qunari, I may know more. Kindly give it my greetings. I have not thought with myself for some time.
I could learn so much about my people. What were they like? How long is our history?
I will try to recall Honored Patron, but there are gaps, breaks. Greetings, laughter, Enasal, forms out of air, light, memories. And yet there are so many broken paths at every... missing. I cannot. There is no more. Apologies. I knew all once. We knew. With the break, only fragments or knowledge new since the fall.
We'll be going now.
Know this. An unknown person, not of the Qunari, recently woke the librarians.
An unknown person? Could this be our agent of Fen'Harel?
The librarians facilitated learning before the fracture, before the fall. Now, beware them. They are unwell.
There, Qunari, on that upside-down island. That repaired some of the steps. Let's look around for more. The inverted alluvium must lead to the Qunari.
Did you notice? Your anchor is flaring up near magic. Elven magic.
What does that mean?
I'm not sure. Tell us if it gets worse.
Virte Thara, a flowering image. The pages of this book, Memory, describe an immensely tall, immensely graceful vine that flowers with the heat of a copper sunset and has blossoms as large as ponds, petals as long as a man, and scents puffing out like citron and sky and carrion death. The day the last of the vine's folds, spent and extinct, the creator of this memory weeps and, after recording the flower's sights and sounds, enters Atheria. Treasure this fall, for it was the last of its kind, and so much more than the last of me. Vidartha, duel of 100 years. The pages of this book, Memory, show a narrow plateau on top of a mountain. Two armored figures, one in gold, one in black, are fighting in the snow. Steel flickers so fast, the air hums. Blood dots the ground. They do not stop for breath. The one in the black makes no sound as a blade passes his throat. Mithal, in her wisdom, interceded in an argument between Elganan and Felondin. With clever words, she convinced them to settle their grievance through a battle of their champions. Elganan and Felondin agreed, and set their champions against each other rather than declare war among the gods. May those nights long be remembered, and Mithal's wisdom praised. Vidartha. Attentive listeners. Pages of this book, Memory, show a solemn group of elves in an amphitheatre of living wood, entire trees grown into seats and stairs for the listeners to recline on. Two other elves, in a spirit of learning, are speaking in turn on ways to bend the properties of the material world when casting spells. At the end, the spirit, with the air of a senior lecturer, floats forward and booms in a surprisingly deep voice. The unchanging world is delicate. Spells of power invite disaster and annihilation. The unchanging world is stubborn. The pull of the earth fiercely resists, making fire run like water or stone rise like mist. The unchanging world rings with its own harmony. Listen with fearless hearts, and great works will unfold. Vidartha. Birds of Fancy. The pages of this book, Memory, describe a pair playing, colliding in the air, bodies formed for kissing, stroking, lines of heat as molten as the sun. The dance is fluid, rolling, never-ending. Lovers tangled in a laughing knot that rolls on for years, promise never to be parted, whatever age comes. An annoyed thought intrudes from one who marked this memory after it was recorded. May the gods find a private chamber. Where do you lead? Ain't going there yet.
These Canari are dead, but there's not a mark on them.
Look at their eyes. They died in fear.
Welcome, welcome. Listen to the last words of those who lived past the fall. How could the dread wolf cast a veil between the world that wakes and the world that dreams? The Evenuris will send people. They will save us. When have you last heard from the gods? When the veil came down, they went silent. What is this veil? What has Fen'Harel done?
Are these records saying Fen'Harel created the veil between our world and the Fade?
They're saying some guy just made the veil? We must have been ass deep in demons before then.
If it's true, that means the Fade and the waking world were once one and the same.
Floating crap, magic mirror crap, evil demon crap. When this is over, I'm gonna need somebody to hit me with a stick again.
No.
I'm not sure whether I want that to be a metaphor or not.
Next time we get the gang back together, let's do a dragon instead. Dragons are fun.
And the blue fire. Research notes. These loose pages are scattered about, as if abandoned in a great hurry. Algebraic-looking formulae crawl across the page, spiked with dense annotations in QLAT.
This looks like technical notes. What did the Qunari come here to learn?
They're real technical. I can't make out any either. Something about magic. That's it.
I recognize some formulas. The Qunari are trying to prove theoretical magic of some kind.
When the Dread Wolf's gaze is bright, light burns in a ring of the dead. Ring of dead. And can't go that way. Just missed you.
These blocks are heading toward that upside-down illuvium.
Creepy. Helpful, but creepy.
Can we trust this magic?
It's a place of learning. Maybe this Vir de Thara is helping us find what we need.
Now it's even weirder.
Wish I could get back there though.
Inquisitor, we must look at your hand.
The pain stopped.
Okay.
More dead Canari, with terrified expressions.
Welcome, and listen to the last words of those who walked this place. If we get out of here, I will end Fen Haral. After he held back the sky to imprison the gods, the dread wolf disappeared. Lies. We must tear down the veil, the cities, the pathways. Without magic, they're crumbling. You're wasting your time. Fen Haral's veil has turned our empire to ruins.
So the ancient Elven Empire collapsed because the veil weakened magic?
If what we're hearing is true, this would have been a disaster beyond measure.
Do you realize what this means? What this place is? The actual history of the elves could change everything. Look at this place. Now that we have so many samples, how hard would it be to build Illuvians of our own?
No.
But think of the...
Nope.
After these past few years, it would just be good to create something magical that is also helpful for a change.
Is that wise?
If I get around to it, I'll send you an Illuvian, Cassandra. Striking women can never be flattered by too many reflections.
If you get around to it, shall I be forced to accept?
If they're gonna stuff me into politics, I've got to have some fun on the side.
Really? Fine. Chapter of Arden Hightown. Dear Dirthar. I should have read that, shouldn't I? Dear Dirthar, the deepest fade. The pages of this book, Memory, are instructions on how to reach the deepest parts of the fade, realms so far removed they are unmarked by dreamers. Epiphany requires a mind smooth as a mirror glass, thin as stone. Put aside 10 years for practice and the next 100 for searching. What others have learned will ease your journey. Those who never manifested outside the Fade will find it easier to find its stillest roots. But it is rare the compulsion overtakes our brethren of the air. Vid Arthur, Rising of the Sonolium. The pages of this book, Memory, describe a heated argument between a group of well-dressed elves inside an elaborately arched pavilion on an island floating in a void. In the distance, haloed by a blizzard of light, thousands of elves are maintaining an elaborate magical ritual that pulls raw essence from the Fade, funneled into a sphere in the air. Through the lens of the sphere can be seen a world of indigo waterfalls and rust-red jungles, and a temple palace so frescoed and cleverly carved it is a masterpiece in itself. The well-dressed elves' shouting grows so loud it can be heard over the magic. One leaps at another, howling and pulling out a knife buried, burning with prismatic flame. Architects of the Grand Selenium, a gift from Blessed Salisi to clever June as thanks for a great favor, in a friendly debate over the color of the palace's roof trim. Friendly debate.
That should be enough stairs. Let's see if we can reach the inverted alluvion now. They're the librarians.
wonder if this is connected now. Probably not.
Survivor of the Breach, Herald of Change, Hero of the South.
The Vidisala, I presume.
After fulfilling your purpose at the Breach, it is astonishing to hear you still walked free among your people. Your duty is done, Inquisitor. It is time to end your magic.
It's not too late to put our weapons down and talk.
There's no need to pretend that you're blind to what you've begun. I am no stranger to catastrophe, but this chaos in the South defies comprehension. The Qun left your people to curb your own magic. You've amply proven we should have stepped in long ago.
Is that what Dragon's Breath is for? Murdering our heads of state just to control our magic?
Do you believe closing the breach solved everything? That its consequences stopped there? The day we saw the breach, the Qun decided its action. We would remove your leaders and spare those who toil. This agent of Fen'Harel has disrupted everything. Lives that were to be spared, lost for him.
Who is this agent? Why would you think they work for the Inquisition?
Kill the Inquisitor, then follow me to the Dargarad.
Tattered note. This scrap of parchment is written in both Kunlat and the common tongue, although the letters in Kunlat are shaky. Please excuse my Kunlat. Its subtleties elude me, even with your patient teaching. We pulled everyone out of the palace. The Shem nobles assumed we were servants leaving on an errand. We are hiding where you told us, waiting for signs that Dragon's Breath has begun. Victory is in the Kun.
No wonder the Qunari translated notes into our language. It was for their non-Qunari spies.
They'd have to. Kunlat's not an easy one to learn.
Risk of Cerebes. This sheaf of notes is written mostly in Kunlat, but select paragraphs have been translated into the common tongue. Those born outside the Kun will not comprehend the seriousness of using mages to help us. They believe the worst that can befall a mage is demon possession. They do not truly understand that the loss of mastery comes with a loss of self. Those of the Kun since birth do not understand why we risk using Cerebes. We have immersed them in a sea of magic, until it seems impossible they could ever do anything but drown. It is right that we enlighten you, so your purpose here is clear. We have learned from this place that there lived an elven mage who saw a great wrong and sacrificed all to right it. This mage made the veil, which protects us from the Fade. This veil stripped power from his rulers, who had treated their people with such excess that it makes the southern kings and queens seem stayed. Thus does every action carry rightness, and all paths converge. In his greatest magic, the elven mage became an agent of peace through the veil. In our willingness to brave this place, we may discover how the veil can be strengthened through our own mages. For that we risk our lives. The Cerebas who have joined in this endeavor understand the dangers and have made their choice. Remember the words of the Ashkari Khoslan. Existence is a choice. There is no chaos in the world, only complexity. Knowledge of the complex is wisdom. From wisdom of the world comes wisdom of the self. Mastery of the self is mastery of the world. Loss of the self is the source of suffering. Suffering is a choice, and we can refuse it. It is in our power to create the world or destroy it. For peace, we will endure any horror here. We will create a safer world or destroy the old one.
These are Vidisala's papers. She brought mages here to research strengthening the veil.
A way to clamp down magic. No wonder she's here.
It explains why the Qunari thought it was worth camping here.
Visitors, patrons, welcome. The halls are open.
Can you tell me where a Qunari called the Vidisala went?
Yes, we heard much, although she fooled herself into thinking we could not hear. Take a keystone to the Davarad. I will join you there soon and take stock of our remaining Gatlock powder.
I found a keystone with one of the Qunari.
Yes, and you need words for their key. Maras Nira. It glows. It will open the way to the Davarad. May you find what you seek. In coming here, you strengthen the paths. I can now raise one, if you wish to go.
You've been very helpful.
Gildethan was what the Elven called me. One who guides seekers of knowledge true. I was connection. One city could read the records of another. One Elven feel the memories of another. When the veil fell upon us, I marked the end of all they knew.
We've got to find this Darvarad and corner Vidisala there.
I ain't gonna be able to get up there at all, am I? I can no longer jump.
Greetings.
We'll be going now.
Wisdom guide you.
Your agents confirm there are Gatlock battles in Denerim's palace?
Yes, and in Val Royeaux and across the Free Marches. The Winter Palace is not the only target.
The Canari are one order from destroying every noble house in the known world.
Oh, there is a bright side. Warning the ambassadors will remind them of the Inquisition's value.
Not when the Inquisition is responsible for that threat.
This is our fault.
Fault? No. But our responsibility.
How did it happen?
The elven servant handling the barrels confessed to working for the Canari.
But the servant was Orlesian. That implicates Orlais, not us.
But the barrels arrived at the Winter Palace on the Inquisition supply manifest.
How are we supposed to fight a war when we can't even trust our own people?
Do you know who got the barrels onto the Inquisition manifest?
Yes, several of the Inquisition's elven workers have gone missing. I had their backgrounds checked. They joined the Inquisition after fleeing the chaos in Kirkwall.
I remember when Kirkwall was at its worst. Many of the city's elves converted to the Qun, trying to find a better life.
And the Canari turned them into spies.
A few years ago, we railed at the mages at Redcliffe for becoming corrupt. We did the same to the Grey Wardens. Look at us now.
I fought to protect the Inquisition in this exalted council. And for what? So we could deceive and threaten those we claimed to protect?
Once we locate the spies...
This isn't about the spies. You hid the Kunari body. You've all but seized control of the Winter Palace.
We did what was right, not what was politically convenient.
Do you know what this has cost us with Orlais and Ferelden? They are planning to dismantle us as we speak. And perhaps they are right.
So, it's been getting worse. I don't know why. I don't know how to stop it. I don't know how much time I've got left. What I do know is that the Kunari need to be stopped. So I need to get to the Darvarad while I can still fight.
Thank you, Inquisitor.
Would you like us to inform the Exalted Council of the danger?
Yes, if we fail, the Exalted Council needs to know what happened.
I will inform them personally.
Leliana, I can...
No, your job is hard enough already. This is my responsibility.
I'll have guards ready at the Alluvion, in case the Kunari attack the palace.
Make her watch over you.
Okie doke. And go straight for it.
Red told us what happened with your hand. So this is the Darvarad.
Look at this. It's an Alluvian graveyard.
Where did the Kunari get all these? How long have they been studying Alluvians? The sooner we stop this invasion plan, the better.
Alluvian studies. The writing on these pages is completely incomprehensible, even to a native speaker of Kunat. The handwriting resembles the scratches of an inebriated chicken, but the drawings are meticulous, an excruciatingly careful study of several Alluvians, along with exploded diagrams of their inner workings.
Are you all right?
We should hurry. Here they come!
wish I could say I'm surprised that Vitasala wants to murder everyone, but it makes sense. We tell stories about how corrupt the South is. Who wouldn't want to kill the evil nobles and save the people?
Yeah, I suppose I asked for that.
Patrolling guards. We need to deal with them as quickly as possible.
Stop knocking me down!
That's quite the door.
Logs of the Davrad Gatekeeper. The entries in this book are written in several different hands and occasionally even different languages. From the few entries in the common tongue, it appears to be a log filled by various guards who have watched the gates of the Davrad. Morning. Artifacts brought in by Hisara Kith. Original location not on manifest. Asked Iskari. Was told they're from ruins. These remind agents that all relics must be properly catalogued or the Tarbas will never stop complaining about it. Afternoon. 3 Kiths deployed, including Iskari, or Hisara Kith. Told her to write down location in the manifest this time. Evening. Hisara Kith reported back. Iskari handed me manifest that just said outside Davrad, asking my Sten for a knife. Ugh. Canary words. Sarath, this letter was clearly written a few lines at a time over the course of multiple days, as the ink at the start has already faded slightly. Elf, who is Talis. It is no longer my role to instruct others in the Qun, but I will share what I can with you if it brings you peace. You are not alone in your struggles to achieve mastery of yourself and your purpose. Many Vidrathi come to the Qun filled with fear and anger. These feelings build walls, brick by brick, within the self. They prevent you from seeing the others around you, from seeing the world as it is, and they convince you that you are alone and in darkness, which you must fend for yourself. The walls are real, but the darkness and the solitude, the world that they create within the self, that is all illusion. You must work to tear down the walls. If you wish to see the truth, and the truth is this: no one is alone. It was the wisdom revealed to Coastland in the desert long ago. What looks like solitude is contentedness. What looks like darkness is only the space between stars. This portion of the letter is slightly newer, and the handwriting, which was exceptionally tidy at first, has become somewhat looser, as if written in a hurry. And it is not just Vidrathi who struggle with these illusions. The world changes the self, and we must balance mastery upon its turning tides. Once I was an Ashkari, and I spent my days examining the philosophy of the Qun and trying to seek the enlightenment that Kuslan found, but my dreams of demons took me down a new path. Here the writing is filled with crossed-out passages, and the script becomes shaky. Some of the ink is still wet, and now with the song liquid crossed out. And now I study the dam which holds back magic at its source. We will crossed out. It is our purpose to crossed out. Things change, little Talis. The world changes. Find purpose in people around you, and your role will be clear. Remember when crossed out. It will be hard to find wisdom in the noise. The noise is an illusion, like the darkness, but the walls are real. Remember that. Tear down the walls first, and you will see the truth. Sarath.
Red lyrium. Do the Qunari have any idea what they're dealing with? Is that an astrarium? How did the Qunari move it here? And one of those weird keys you can only find with a tranquil skull.
Have to try something else, I suspect.
Scrap of writing from a Ben Hasrath agent. Excavated mural, believed to be a self-portrait by Fenharel. Ancient writing. One sees the hunter, one flees from it. One hunts it in turn, one outwits them all.
Have to try something else, I suspect.
Okay. Oh. Written instructions for new workers. While some of this language is written in Cunat, most is in the common tongue. The letters blocky and simple but tidy. The Dragon's Breath must continue, regardless of concerns at the Winter Palace. Many are new to the Cune and have not yet learned to trust. Your worry is understandable. The rest of the world has betrayed you. All who have been to the Juggernaut know the difficulty of maintaining a specimen for extraction. For as long as we have, if we delay Dragon's Breath, we would have to dispose of the specimen. Creating Gatlock is normally a slow process requiring much mining and careful alchemy. Venom extraction offers the only means to deliver the Dragon's Breath quickly and in large quantities. To delay Dragon's Breath is to lose any chance of bringing peace to the south without needless suffering. The Cune demands we save the workers of the south from a bloody war and deliver them into our teaching before corruption further overtakes the land. Others have voiced concern over the specimen. The Cune does not demand cruelty to any living being, but all creatures have a place and a duty under the Cune. The specimen serves as it must. When Dragon's Breath is complete, it will be extinguished quickly and painlessly, as when we slaughter animals for food. Allow your superiors to deal with the agents of Fenarel, and remember your role in service to the Cune. Journal notes found in the barracks. There are several entries in this journal, some in Cunat and some in Common, as if the writer was practicing their language skills. The last page reads, "Sent to Palace again, moving things along. Bashems never notice who comes or goes. When the Dragon's Breath comes, they won't know what hit them." Amulet of physical immunity. If it said suffers no physical damage, it would be useful. Physical immunity.
Someone help!
Stay with us.
Letters and replies. A letter with an Inquisition seal sits half buried in a pile of memos. To the Honourable Salasari, Triumvirate of the Cune. On behalf of the Inquisition, I must humbly inquire as to the hostile actions of your agents in Alam Sharal. We can only view the attacks by Ben Hasrath agents upon our officers and the infiltration and sabotage of the Exalted Council at Halam Sharal as the prelude to a declaration of war. If the Cunari people do not wish to provoke retaliation from the Chantry, these hostilities must cease at once. Respectfully, Ambassador Josephine Montilier. Several incomprehensible messages in Cunat follow. A letter in Common with elegant script has been torn open and crumpled into a ball, but the writing is still legible. To Ambassador Josephine Montilier, the Inquisition, the Triumvirate of the Cunari people wishes to assure you that despite the loss of the dreadnought Brethalak and its crew of 100 souls in a failed joint mission with the Inquisition 2 years past, military action has not been approved against the Inquisition. No one in Parwallen has authorized actions of any kind involving the Exalted Council, nor will they. We are seeking out the Beth Nahasrath priest, who appears to be leading this operation, without our consent. Once she is located, we assure you that these hostile actions will cease. Dragon's Breath plans. This document appears to be written entirely in QNet, but contains a number of complicated diagrams, including detailed blueprints of Halam Jarel and a number of other palaces and fortresses.
Look at all this. The Qunari text is gibberish, but it looks a great deal like they're cataloging artifacts. How many ruins must they have found to produce so much? What are they doing with it?
Morrigan said the key to an Illuvian could be anything, including knowledge or power.
So they're stockpiling both. That's how they got the keystone and opened so many of the Illuvians we've seen.
Hopefully they don't have any more ancient magic crap to throw at us. That dragon skull would make a wicked armchair, though. Maybe we could take it back to Skyhold after this.
Dragon's Breath is an actual dragon?
Tethar! Bars!
Inquisition! Nira Tasiasara! Miraba Sadim Kata! Hisrat, now, please! Venekatas!
Not a chance, ma'am. Just fine. When this is over, drinks are on me. Probably a lot of them. All right, break time's over. Let's do this.
Lost my torch. Orders posted in the factory. Portions of this are indecipherable QNet, with what might be formulas in an unfamiliar number system. One section has been translated for Vidrathi workers in the factory, then circled repeatedly, underlined, with arrows drawn around it by someone who was clearly very insistent that it be read. For primers, combine no more than 1 part attache venom with an equal amount of deathroot, oxen, and 3 parts powdered silverite. Adding more venom will dissolve the casing on the primers here in the factory, and will fill the room with deadly gas. Whoever keeps getting the formula wrong needs to see me immediately. We have a great many primers to make on a tight schedule and cannot afford any more delays due to mistakes. Animal Handler's Logbook. The first half of this logbook appears to be notes on the care and feeding of animals in a free march at Lord's mansion. After that, it shifts into practice phrases in Cunlad. Later, it begins again with the following. Beast presents chafing around limbs and tail, likely from attempts to use chains. While its natural strength remains, muscles are slack from confinement. Tardathars said she initially tried drugging the beast, but the amount required to keep it sedated changed the quality of its venom so that it was no longer useful in producing gatlock. She says fire has kept it under control, while the heated pounds keep it in a state of comfortable drowsiness. Tardathas is not as good at deception as she thinks she is. She does not like what we are doing to the beast. She calls it Atashi, which means something like great thing, and she repeats sayings from the Qun to herself when she extracts her venom. I do not disagree with her. I saw enough harm done to innocent beasts at my lord's sneering commands. The beast, the Atashi, deserves better than the pry bars and needles we use upon it each time we drain its venom glands. Tardaras says I may be needed at the Winter Palace. It is likely that some view elves with suspicion thanks to these attacks by the agent of Thin Haral, but a human woman may still pass unnoticed among the servants. She says I may be asked to deliver more gatlock in different containers. She says that it could be dangerous, and that if I do not return, most will assume I am dead. As I said, Tardaras is not as good at deception as she thinks she is. She is right. I did not join the Qun for this.
So, boss, we're gonna fight the dragon or what?
Her captors have already mutilated her. It seems needlessly cruel to kill her. The barrier is blocked. It cannot move.
It's opening.
Kishara!
Halfway there, boss. We've got the gate. Let's open the barriers.
Can you not fucking blast the controls with poison, please? You fucking cunt. Oh, for fuck's sake. Pissing me off. Leave me alone. Let me move! Wonderful. Perfect. Fuck you too, game. Jesus fucking Christ. Of course they send in extra fucking enemies. Why would they not? I mean, that would just be fucking sensible to not have fucking extra enemies there. Have you frozen? Look like you've frozen. Wonderful. How do I shut down a fucking program on this damn thing? Like that. Move the fucking shit and put it in the bloody fucking... Ugh. You don't fucking crash. I have to deal with. Right. I suppose I should be happy that it fucking crashed while loading and not while saving. That would have been hell on earth. Depends where it's saved. Get up and stay up. Do not hit me as soon as I've got the fuck up, you piece of shit! Fucking Get up, and get up, and stay up! Stop. It. Keep hitting me. Knock it the fuck off.
Her captors have already mutilated her. It seems needlessly cruel to kill her.
Use those shrinks. We can clear a path for the dragon.
There's a bunch of crap stopping it from moving, boss.
What can I fucking do about that? I don't have any fucking fire. Want to do. So, destroy the catlock things. Can't do anything. Give me a fucking option. Okay, figure that out. Stop firing at me, man.
Barriers are set. Now we just need to open the gate.
Atashi Itwa, Kerasam!
Got it. It's opening.
That's it. There goes our dragon.
Ugh.
Bashara! Dear Inquisitor, you have such little time left. You must finally see the truth. Elven magic already tore the sky apart. If the agents of Ben Harel are not stopped, you will shatter the world as well.
Whatever you think I've done, mass assassination isn't a good moral high ground.
The South was poisoned by these elves' manipulations. It suffers just as you do now. You would have died from the mark on your hand, but for the help of one of their chief agents. The same agent who helped seal the breach, who led you to Skyhold, who gave Corypheus the orb, then founded the Inquisition. Soulless, agent of Fen Harel.
What?
Solus wanted that orb. If the agents of Fen Harel gave it to Corypheus, he couldn't be one.
Or perhaps he was tasked with removing the evidence of his group's interference. Solus tricked us all. He pushed a dying Canary into the Winter Palace to lure you into opposing us. Without him, we could have brought the South peace and wisdom along the gentle path. Now we must take the way of blades. Panahaden, Inquisitor. If it is any consolation, Solus will not outlive you.
Whatever else, Solus was one of us. I won't leave him for Vitisala.
If it's more, what side is now? Oh.
The Vitisala cannot have gotten far.
Everyone back!
Like a meltdown, the Yankinel builds up power even faster. Using it is difficult, but discharges all accumulated focus. The focus reaches full power, the anchor discharges uncontrollably, damaging you and your allies as well as nearby enemies.
If it keeps up like this, it will kill you. Solus must help as he did at Haven. Solus, an agent of Fen'Harel. I should have suspected.
Over there. That's got to be where Solus is.
longer following orders.
You will not lead here, Inquisitor. Antam, Ibrasha Gadi!
We must hurry! One of the mirrors must lead out of here.
Oh yeah, just mirror insta-kill.
You are dead, Inquisitor! Your soul is dust!
Stop fucking moving.
We can't touch this guy! Use your mark!
Yeah, I'm fucking trying. You get up now, Doran. Ugh, fine, whatever. Ugh.
Ebesit kata, etwa ost.
Maraskata!
Your forces have failed. Leave now and tell the Canary to trouble me no further.
Solus.
That should give us more time. I suspect you have questions.
How were you able to control the anchor?
In the same way as when I stopped it from killing you at Haven. Although I am stronger now. The mark you bear was bestowed upon you by the Orb of Fen'Harel. My orb.
Your Fen'Harel?
I was Solus first. Fen'Harel came later. An insult I took as a badge of pride. The Dread Wolf inspired hope in my friends, and fear in my enemies. Not unlike Inquisitor, I suppose. You also know the burden of a title that all but replaces your name.
I saw the stories as we traveled through the Illuvians. Are they true?
They are closer than the Dalish legends, though still prone to making me into something more than I am.
I'm so sorry, Solus. What you've seen, I can't imagine.
I sought to set my people free from slavery to would-be gods. I broke the chains of all who wished to join me. The false gods called me Fen'Harel, and when they finally went too far, I formed the Veil and banished them forever. Thus I freed the Elven people, and in so doing, destroyed their world.
You love the Fade. Why would you create the Veil to hide it all away?
Because every alternative was worse.
Meaning?
Had I not created the Veil, the Evanurus would have destroyed the entire world.
You banished the false gods? You didn't kill them?
You met Mythal, did you not? The first of my people do not die so easily. The Evanurus are banished forever, paying the ultimate price for their misdeeds.
You said that the Elven gods went too far. What did they do that made you move against them?
They killed Mythal. A crime for which an eternity of torment is the only fitting punishment.
I thought Mythal was one of the Evanurus.
She was the best of them. She cared for her people. She protected them. She was a voice of reason. And in their lust for power, they killed her.
How did creating the Veil destroy the world?
You saw the remains of Via Dethara. The library was intrinsically tied to the Fade, and the Veil destroyed it. There were countless other marvels, all dependent on the presence of the Fade, all destroyed. Your legends are half right. We were immortal. It was not the arrival of humans that caused us to begin aging. It was me. The Veil took everything from the elves. Even themselves.
The Evan-Uris were elven mages? How did they come to be remembered as gods?
Slowly. It started with a war. War breeds fear. Fear breeds a desire for simplicity. Good and evil, right and wrong, chains of command. After the war ended, generals became respected elders, then kings, finally gods. The Evan-Uris.
That's the past. What about the future?
I lay in dark and dreaming sleep while countless wars and ages passed. I woke still weak a year before I joined you. My people fell for what I did to strike the Evan-Uris down. But still, some hope remains for restoration. I will save the elven people, even if it means this world must die.
Why does this world have to die for the elves to return?
A good question, but not one I will answer. You have always shown a thoughtfulness I respected. It would be too easy to tell you too much. I am not Corypheus. I take no joy in this. But the return of my people means the end of yours. It is my fight. You should be more concerned about the Inquisition. Your Inquisition. In stopping the Dragon's Breath, you have prevented an invasion by Qunari forces. With luck, they will return their focus to Tevinter. That should give you a few years of relative peace.
The Qunari said the Inquisition was unknowingly working for agents of Fen'Harel.
I gave no orders.
You led us to Skyhold.
Corypheus should have died unlocking my orb. When he survived, my plans were thrown into chaos. When you survived, I saw the Inquisition as the best hope this world had of stopping him. And you needed a home. Hence, Skyhold.
You gave your orb to Corypheus?
Not directly. My agents allowed the Venatori to locate it. The orb had built up magical energy while I lay unconscious for millennia. I was not powerful enough to open it. The plan was for Corypheus to unlock it, and for the resulting explosion to kill him. Then I would claim the orb. I did not foresee a Tevinter Magister having learned the secret of effective immortality.
What would have happened if Corypheus had died and you'd recovered the orb?
I would have entered the Fade using the mark you now bear. Then I would have torn down the veil. As this world burned in the raw chaos, I would have restored the world of my time. The world of the elves.
If you destroyed the veil, wouldn't the false gods be freed?
I had plans.
So at least some of the stories about the Dread Wolf are true.
I did not lead a rebellion against immortal mage kings without getting my hands bloody. You must understand. I awoke in a world where the veil had blocked most people's conscious connection to the Fade. It was like walking through a world of tranquil.
We aren't even people to you.
Not at first. You showed me that I was wrong. Again. That does not make what must come next any easier.
Whatever your reasons, we couldn't have defeated Corypheus without you.
Your doubts are misplaced. Everything you accomplished, you earned.
You control the Illuvians now?
Yes. You remember Briala from Halam Shiral? For a time, she controlled part of the labyrinth. One of my agents was supposed to take it from her, but he did not succeed. I had to override the magic personally. The Qunari stumbled upon this section independently. With them gone, the Illuvians are now mine.
What's wrong with the Inquisition?
You created a powerful organization, and now it suffers the inevitable fate of such. Betrayal and corruption.
It's not that simple.
Do you know how I discovered the Canary plot? The plot I disrupted by leading them to your doorstep. The Canary spies in the Inquisition tripped over my spies in the Inquisition. The Elven Guard who led you to the Canary body? Who intercepted the servant with the Gatlock barrel? Mine.
Why bother disrupting the Canary plot if you're going to destroy the world regardless?
You have shown me that there is value in this world, Inquisitor. I take no joy in what I must do. Until that day comes, I would see those recovering from the breach free of the Qun.
Why?
Because I am not a monster. If they must die, I would rather they die in comfort. In any event, it is done.
I guess we owe you for that one, too.
I hope it gives your people some final peace.
There's still the matter of the anchor. It's getting worse.
Yes, I'm sorry. And we are almost out of time. The monk will eventually kill you. Drawing you here gave me the chance to save you. At least for now.
You don't need to destroy this world. I'll prove it to you.
I would treasure the chance to be wrong once again, my friend. Take my hand. I'm sorry. Live well, while time remains.
Something must be done, but we cannot lose the Inquisition now. We stand on the brink of war with the Canary.
Yes, because this Solas provoked them in the first place.
The Inquisition did not cause this threat. We informed the Summit of the danger.
The danger posed by Canary spies inside your organization.
Without our organization, none of us would be here to complain.
No one has forgotten what you have done. But Corypheus is 2 years dead.
If the Inquisition is to continue, it must do so as a legitimate organization, not a glorified mercenary band.
Inquisitor.
You all know what this is. A writ from Divine Justinia authorizing the formation of the Inquisition. We pledge to close the breach, find those responsible, and restore order, with or without anyone's approval. We have fulfilled that pledge, and now the war is over. For most of us. It is time for our soldiers to sheathe their swords and go home. To all who served, thank you. It has been an honor. Effective immediately, the Inquisition is disbanded.
short order, the Inquisition was disbanded. Some were relieved to see the unpredictable organization dismantled. Others preferred to remember the Inquisition's good works and many lives it had saved. Come on, read all the words, idiot. Those who had served returned to their former lives, knowing they had stopped a great evil from destroying the world. And hoping that the peace for which they had fought remained once the Inquisition was gone. The dragon spread disrupted and any hope of a swift victory dashed. Qunari retreated back to the north. You knew what debates were waged in Parvon, but not long after the Exalted Council, the Qunari launched new attacks against Tevinter. Their aggression caught the already unstable Imperium off guard. Tevinter was soon mired in a war many feared could spread across Thedas. Cassandra continued her reign as Divine Victoria, working to ensure that the Inquisition's disbanding did not allow new enemies to rise. Her efforts were successful and, for a time, southern Thedas saw peace. Cassandra also spent time in the Hunter Horn Mountains north of Orlais, where she worked to rebuild the Seekers. For a time, the new Seekers remained reclusive, showing no interest in worldly affairs and working to a purpose few outside their order could guess. While Divine Victoria could never marry, it was obvious that she remained close to the Inquisitor. Their romance, impossible as it was sincere, became the subject of a courtly songs about the woman who went to the Maker, leaving the man she loved. Always glancing back and smiling when she saw that he was there. Some believe that the end of the Inquisition had, as it had been heralded, the destruction of the fledgling College of Enchanters. Having clashed with the Circle, the college now found itself without support against the newly elected Grand Enchanter Vivian. Fortunately, Grand Enchanter Vivian grudgingly agreed not to destroy its terrified leaders as a personal favour to Divine Victoria. The two institutions settled into an uneasy coexistence across the south, vying for power. Liliana continued to act as the Inquisition spy master in its final months as an independent organization. During this time, she shared many of her responsibilities with her most trusted agents, including Carter, Rector, and Harding. Many believe that Liliana feared what lay on the horizon and was grooming successors in anticipation of the challenges ahead. Liliana continued her romantic affair with the hero Ferelden, even though their respective responsibilities often kept them apart. Whenever she could spare the time, Liliana would join her love at a villa on the waking sea, the house from Liliana's childhood. Those days were deeply cherished, for both saw the troubles that were to come. Cyril of the Inquisition with scarcely more ties than when she began, disappearing back into the confusing weave of favors and friends. After seeing the world brought to the brink by arrogance and pride, it was a blessing to return to normal, however strange and normal it might be. With frequent visits to her Whittle, of course. Most unnerving was Sarah's standing offer to the Divine. When the knobs piss about with your left hand or right, call on Red Jenny to give them 2 fingers. Eric took up the role of Viscount and, with the help of his friend Hawke, rebuilt Kirkwall's damaged infrastructure. Under his rule, the city-state finally resumed its place as the major trade hub of the Free Marches. He continued to ignore all mail from both the Merchants Guild and the Prince of Starkhaven. With the Inquisition disbanded, the Bull's charges returned to taking jobs throughout Orlais and Ferelden. Fighting demons and clearing out the remaining Venatori forces, the Iron Bull did his part to restore order to Thedas. After the Inquisition disbanded, Cullen retired from active service. He returned to Ferelden, establishing a sanctuary for former Templars on land Divine Victoria granted to him. With his help, many Templars shed their lyrium addiction, and those whose minds were too far gone spent their last days in comfort. And he promised that, should his friends from the Old Inquisition ever need him, his blade would be ready. Dorian returned to Devinter to take his father's place in the Magisterium. As rumours flew about the Imperium's infighting, Dorian was spoken of often as a voice of resistance against corruption. Along with Magister Meveris Tilania, they formed a group called the Lucerini to restore and redeem Tevinter, a fight many thought hopeless. Those fighting by Magister Pavis's side noted that he kept in constant communication with the Inquisitor via a message crystal. Whether for vital information or for moral support, this talk seemed to give Dorian the strength to continue his fight. After the Exalted Council, Tom Rayner bid farewell to his friends and went to Weishaupt Fortress to pledge himself to the Grey Wardens for good. While he was rarely seen in the years that followed, some said they encountered Rainier in far-flung lands, where accounts always similar. Rainier carried out the duties of the wardens, but always found time to help others along the way. Sometimes he served as a shield for the defenseless, other times he spread simple cheer among children with gifts of small carved toys. The Inquisition disbanded, Josephine made her farewells and returned to Antiva and her family. Thanks to the Inquisitor's help, the Montiliers were once again permitted to trade in Orlais. The next few years were a busy time as many ships with the Montilier crest were built and set sail again from Antiva's harbours. Soon, Ravini, pirate captains with an ancient feud against Josephine's ancestors, took to the seas, determined to rekindle the rivalry. Apart from Josephine's sister Yvette nearly eloping with a dashing pirate prince on one occasion, Lady Montilier took the development in stride. Cole took to the road with Meriden to find a new life and a new way to be human. Wherever Meriden went to sing, people found old pains eased and hearts made happier, even if they didn't understand why. After the events at the Winter Palace, elves left the Inquisition under mysterious circumstances, added elven servants across Thedas. None could say where they went, but those who believed the Inquisitor's story about Fen'Harel wondered just how large the Dreadwolf's forces were. And what the ancient elven rebel had planned.
My agents have found nothing. With the Illuvians, he could be anywhere.
With the Inquisition officially disbanded, we have no army, no formal alliances.
We have what we truly need.
We will need to be careful.
Solas knows everything about us. Who we are, how we work, our strengths and weaknesses.
Then we find people he doesn't know. We will save our friend from himself. If we can.
To all you who have played Dragon Age Inquisition, who laughed, cried, and reached out on social media, who made fan art, comics, and cosplays and jokes, thank you. It's a labor of love. Without it, we wouldn't have been possible. Yeah. Ugh, my voice is worn out. Anywho, that finishes Dragon Age Inquisition and the Dragon Age series as a whole for now. And it finishes the stream for today. So, for now,